Heading on down to meet the convoy. Heading on down to meet.
Oh, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. What's going on, guys? How did you like that? You guys like that? That was a menage put together for us down. I can't remember the gentleman's name. Matt. He took all the pictures and the video, some of the short videos we did. He put it all together for us while we were down there. It was a good time. It was a good time. Well, it was a good time in the beginning. It wasn't a good time at the end when our federal government decided to roll out our own military and our provincial police and our regional police and our fucking everything else on us. But it was a good time. It's a time. How do I say this? I guess if you think about it in these terms, in my parents' generation, they can remember certain events. For example, if you were to ask my mom and dad, where were you and what were you doing when JFK was shot? Most of those people in that generation could tell you. You know, my generation was 9/11. You know, where were you when 9/11 happened? I remember where I was, what I was doing, whatnot like that. And hopefully, part of this is like our kids' generation. They're going to remember where they were, what they were going, what they were doing, what was going on in our country. And it's not just our country, but it's you guys in the US as well. What was going on in the country when this happened. This went on for a better part of almost 3 weeks. So it was phenomenal. And it's a year ago today that Dar and I packed the truck, and we were working with one of the coordinators from the Toronto leg of the convoy, and we had a special lady with us, and it was in memory of her son who'd passed away. and wasn't going to be able to be there. So we had her in the truck, and we were able to lead out the Toronto portion from Vaughan, Ontario, up to Ottawa, and drove into Ottawa. And we were truck 20, I think 21. 20, I want to say 21. We were in the top 25 trucks, the first 25 trucks to come into Ottawa and get staged there on Wellington. I know everybody's seen the videos and the drone footage and the pictures of you know, the convoy itself, of all the trucks lined up like this, going the whole length of Wellington Street. We were on the very last leg of that. And I think we were, like I said, 21 or 24, maybe it was 25, because it was, and we were in the last row going in. So it's one of those moments in time that you never forget. I've said it before, and I was talking when we put up that, a community post today, and people were talking about it. And I made the comment, I said, aside from, you know, having my children, watching my children be born, and having my kids, and of course, marrying my wife, that was probably one of the proudest moments in my life. One of the proudest, how do I say this? I've never been, I've never been so proud, with the exception of, like I said, my kids and marrying my wife. That was probably one of the proudest moments I've ever had in my life. And it was a year ago. And here it is a year later, right? So we left, like I said, we went down to Vaughan. On this day, we went down to Vaughan, and then we jumped in the front of the convoy and we let it in, which would have been tomorrow. And here it is a year later, and what's been done, what's happened. There's still people that were involved with this convoy that are still facing charges, that are still dealing with the courts, that are still dealing with all sorts of shit. So, but the changes, the people heard. That's the thing that I just wanted to say. Canadians heard the call. The government did not hear the call. The government did not step up. The government did not come down and talk to us. The government could have avoided this. All could have been avoided if Trudeau would have just walked out the Parliament buildings, come down, you know, the 300 yards from the Parliament building office down to where the convoy is, and just have a couple of words and just hear us. None of this would have happened. It would have been in on Friday, out on Monday, and instead it was in on a Friday, and we were there for three fucking weeks, almost getting our heads bashed in. So, you know what? I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that. And anybody else that was associated with that, I hope they're proud of it. And more importantly, it wasn't just us, the truck drivers, that took our trucks in there and parked and made a lot of noise. And it was all of the people that showed up, the support staff. Like, we didn't have to eat. We didn't have to bring food. We didn't have to bring water. We didn't have to do nothing. People were walking around, like, we're talking residents. We're just making food and showing up and supporting us and taking care of us. And they got into trouble as well. And it's unfortunate that they did. Hold on a second here. They got into trouble as well for supporting us. And that's a shame, because they were just as important, and they did just as much work per se as we did. And so I just wanted to point that out. Today is a year. It is a year ago today that we went in on that convoy, that the Canadian and American people pretty much stopped what they were doing to watch us. The support we got from our Canadian citizens was overwhelming, was ridiculously overwhelming, and the government can't deny it. Doesn't matter what you saw on the news. And the support we got from the U.S. was just as overwhelming. It was phenomenal what we were seeing from the U.S. and the U.S. trucks. People don't point out the fact that 30% of the trucks that were in this convoy, 30% were U.S. plated trucks, were Americans. You guys showed up, you know, not knowing what you were going to, not knowing what to expect, not knowing what you were getting your asses into, but you showed up, and that was just as impressive. So We had a huge, obviously a huge Canadian contingency there, but the Americans showed up. First time in my life, I saw every nationality around the world that live in Canada. Right, it didn't matter. I can't even list off all of the different languages I was, as we were walking around and we were filming, and all of the different languages we heard, like the Indian, the Punjabi, the Pakistani, the Polish, the Russian, the Ukrainian, the French, the Spanish, like you fucking name it. There was the language is there, and it's the first time in my life that nobody was fighting. Nobody was fighting. Nobody was saying a word. They were all, I mean, they were talking and everybody was saying a word, but everybody was getting along, and we were there. We were united, and we were there for a cause, and we stood for our cause. And it was probably one of the coolest things in the world to see, like I said, the Italians, the Spanish, the Pakistanis, the Indians, and we were all just mingling and carrying on. And it was a really, really good time. And it was well run. It was organized. It was a little bit of chaos the first couple of days, obviously, because, we didn't expect the numbers that showed up. There was over 11,000 vehicles at one point, 11,000 trucks. It was so congested that we couldn't get into the city. You couldn't get into the city. Once the first roll up came through, and we took up Wellington, and then we took up all of the east and west streets, right? Wellington runs north and south. No, sorry, Wellington runs east and west, and all the north and south streets started to fill up. And then once it got out to the highway, there was no more room for anybody to get into the city. You just couldn't do it. And they were still showing up. They were going to rest areas. All the truck stops were opening their parking lots. Other places were opening parking lots. Bring your trucks in. And anybody that couldn't bring a truck in, they'd park their truck, and they would Uber in, taxi in, rent a car. You couldn't even rent a car. What the hell am I saying? You couldn't rent a car. They were running vans. They were taking vans and just bringing everybody in. And it was phenomenal. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was one of the proudest things I've ever done in my entire life. I don't think we'll ever see something like this in Canada ever again on this scale. I don't think we're ever going to see anything like this ever again in our lives, ever. So, you know what, guys? I hope you enjoyed the first couple of minutes there of the convoy. That's what we were doing. Most of it you saw, not most of it, I was going to say some of it you saw on the news. What you saw on the news from City TV, CTV, the National, Global, all of those places, what you saw was bullshit, because all of those are liberally government funded. So you saw what the liberal government wanted you to see on those channels. And in that case there, we were just a minority. Fringe is what we were called. And then we were labeled terrorists, and then we were labeled and so forth. But the best coverage was done by guys that had YouTube channels. There was probably about 50 of us down there, and there's probably about 5 of us that were on site 24 hours a day, living in our trucks down there. And that is where the good footage came from. That's where the good words came from. That's where the truth came from. Believe it or not, a bunch of people with cell phones and just a microphone or a small camera, those are the people that got the word out, not the news networks. But like I said, I just wanted to point this out and show it to you. Fate, that's very gracious of you, my friend. I really appreciate that. Fate Trucking, $50 for doing the hard work. Dude, it was my pleasure. It was my pleasure. And if the call came tomorrow and said, hey, we're doing this, you know what? I'd be there again. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. I wouldn't have to think twice. My wife would drop what she's doing. I would drop what I'm doing. We're taking care of business. We're taking care of our country. We're representing our country. So, Fate, I appreciate you throwing that at me. I really do, my friend. That's very, very gracious of you. Very gracious of you. Anyway, let's throw some. Let's see who's in the chats here. Let's throw some shout outs here. Of course, Doty's in there. Hi guys, a lot of love. Well, Doty, back at you, babe. Lots of love. TJ's in the house. TJ, what's going on? Dude, your stuff went out. I think your stuff went out today. I know that Dar was throwing a lot of merch. She did all her mailing and did all put everything in on the envelopes, and all the shit went out. So all the merchandise, all the shit went out today. So it should be on its way. All right, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not a mailman. That's not my department. I'm just I sit here, I do this. You, me, this is what I do. I drive a truck, you know, and I run a little business. But that side there is that's the back office, man, and I don't deal with that stuff. So, so just let you know, TJ, what's going on, brother? Appreciate you being here. Havana's in the house. How you doing, Havana? I saw a funny comment tonight, a funny comment earlier. Somebody was on their way over to your house to steal your pink taco. And anybody that doesn't know what Havana's pink taco is, relax, guys. Don't be getting excited about Havana's pink taco. It's her heater that she has, her and John have in their room where they do their lives from. And then they call it the pink taco. It's a ceiling heater is what it is. But they call it the pink taco, and somebody was coming over to steal it. So Fate's in the house again. Scott, appreciate that, my brother. I really do. Very gracious of you. TJ, Havana. You guys are saying your hellos. Robert, all the way from England. Brother, how the hell are you, my friend? Robert was, I think I've said this before, but Robert was one of the first guys that found us when the convoy hit. When we were in there and we started broadcasting our lives, we were doing lives from walking through the convoy and everything like that. Robert was one of our very first guys that got on board, subscribed to our channel, supported us, has always supported us, always been there for us when we're live, and has been very, very, very gracious to us. So we appreciate Robert. Absolutely. Fate, you're right, brother. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was, I sit here and say it was a good time. It was a good time. But that's because of the people that were there. It was a good time because we were united. We were having fun. Don't get me wrong. There was stress. There was, you know, once we were into this convoy and it was, you know, and we were parked and then the negotiations broke down, there was a lot of stress in there. Cops, government officials, RCMP, OPP, you know, Metro cops, Peel cops. They were bringing in cops from all over the country. There was a lot of stress in there. And, but we held our ground, and at least I was going to say most of us got out with our ass intact after we got labeled terrorists. Highland, how the hell are you? Good to see you, man. Everyone's still saying hi. Hey, the Grand Wizard is here. I'm Fringe as fuck, y'all. You know what, Wes? You can leave off the AF, man. You can say it here tonight, man. You are Fringe as fuck, and I got you, brother. I got you. Jerome Jones, the international man of mystery. Dude, how the hell are you? You know what? I say this every live. I'm going to throw this thing out the window, but since it's not mine, I can't. Good evening, everybody from Columbus Junction, Iowa. Dude, I hope you are warm. I hope Iowa's warm right now. We're getting snow here, but that's a long way from freaking Iowa. Everyone's saying hi. Jerome saying hi. T-Bone's in the house. How the hell are you, T-Bone? I've got a video of yours to watch. I haven't watched it yet, but I will watch it, my friend. I've been really, really busy today. There's about 10 that hit my screen today that are just, you know, sitting there that I know I got to get to and watch. Bro, I'll get to it. Everyone's saying hi to T-Bone, 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 T-Bone. Tire Roaster is putting video together for an anniversary. Tire Roaster's garage was phenomenal. Him and Sunshine Baby, both of those guys were phenomenal down there. The work that they did, and it was, neither one of them are journalists, but you wouldn't know it the way that they went about it, doing what they were doing, and showing the truth and putting the videos up. Standing up for what you believe in should make you proud. You're damn right. You're damn right, Fate. It makes me proud. And it's not just me. Anybody that was associated with it, if you were in the trucks, in the support vehicles, in the truck stops, if you were any of the people that were in the support, showing us the support, feeding us, bringing us water, bringing us in fuel. This was before they started hijacking our fuel. You know, everybody should be proud of themselves, not just the drivers. we did it, but we couldn't have done it without the support that we had. Believe me. Believe me. Trudeau is a globalist pussy. Well, Chicken Hawk, you know what, Mike? I agree with you on that one. But you could take the word pussy out of there and you could put puppet. Puppet sounds good because that's what we're looking at. Fate. Oh, the other thing, Fate, I wanted to say to you, Scott, congratulations. Fate got a new truck. That's all I'm going to say because I know he wants to drop some vid on it. But congratulations, bro. Good for you. Proud of you, son. Good job, man. Good job. Chicken Hawk saying hi to Dar. We got to put a leash on this Chicken Hawk fucker, boy. Once you let him loose in your chats, it is all over. All over. Mr. B's from North Carolina. Howdy from North Carolina. Glad to see you made it home safe. Yeah, you know what, Mr. B's? I got home yesterday. We threw out that video of just, and all that video was just a little bit of shit that I'd accumulated through the day. It was almost like it was leftover video that I had on the GoPro and on the card. So we put that up, just showing what the roads and what the storm was. I wasn't actually recording this while I was in the main body of the storm coming through PA in New York, but that's what that was last night. Yeah, I made it home. I'm good. Oh, not too bad there, eh? Howdy, Mrs. Dar. Jesus, man, you guys love her. Americans always show up. Ask the British. Oh, Scott, that's awesome. Oh, Jesus. Where's Brett? You notice that Stuart and Brett and Banana Puss, neither one of them are here. Neither one of them are here right now. Yeah. 21's in the house. Good evening, everybody. What's going on there, 21? 21's a member as well. Point that out. Thanks for your support, 21. We appreciate that. You know we love you, buddy. Everybody's still doing their hellos here. 21, Mr. B's. Jumping, Jesus. John Nichols. Dude, you need to come around a little more often. We need to see you a little more often. Ooh, let's point this one out. Is it possible that a similar protest could or will happen again if the circumstances present themselves? Yes, sir, it can. And it quite possibly will. There is talk. And those that are talking this time are being very smart about it, and they're not broadcasting it. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. You injure enough people, and when you take away their hope and they've got nothing left to lose, they've got nothing left to lose. You can't scare them. You can't put them into fear. You back them into a corner, eventually they're going to come out. And once they come out, look out. Simple as that. Mr. B's, today is Mr. B's birthday. Oh, and Mrs. B's birthday. Well, Mrs. B's, happy birthday to you, sweetheart. 10, carry the 1, multiply, divide by 6. Oh, she's 26. 26. Gotcha, buddy. Gotcha. Good for you. Happy birthday, Mrs. B's. Is it possible? Yes. People are sick of Trudeau. How he's made it this far is beyond me. Absolutely. You made a dent and slapped Trudy's arse, and then he ran away and sent in the billies. Robert, you're right. You're right. That's exactly what I love the way the English talk. That's exactly what happened. Dark cut Brian's coffee intake. Yeah, I'm a little slow on the chat tonight. I'm not talking as fast as I usually do. I think they made it illegal to do it again. Yes, Mr. B's, they have. Matter of fact, not only have they made it illegal to do it again, to have a convoy again, or they've made it illegal to protest. Now, you can protest, but if they don't like what you're doing, they can arrest you. Don't even have to charge you. They don't have to charge you with anything. They can just arrest you. They snuck in a whole, over the last 11 months, they snuck in a whole bunch of little bills. See whatever, see this, see that, see whatever. All these bills of what they're allowed to do to us if we, in the event we do this again. But what are you going to fucking do? If 20,000 people show up this time, you're going to arrest 20,000 fucking people? And what? Threaten to freeze all our bank accounts and hope everybody goes home? Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not this week. Not next week either. Mr. B, there's some stuff going on this weekend as a celebration. Yeah, there are celebrations. There's, but what they're calling them is anniversaries, right? They're not protests. They're not, you know, convoys. They're not. It's a celebration. It's a Jesus H Christ. It's a yeah. It's just a celebration. That's all it is. Robert's throwing the big money around. Look at that. He's throwing around the sterling. £5, dude. That's like $300 Canadian. Actually, I think the pound is almost on par with the dollar. So that's like $7, brother. Appreciate that. Absolutely appreciate that. Curtis, well, Curtis is kicking in 279 Canadian. Hey, 279 is 279. Take $2.79. Plays on the freeway. Hey, little bear, what's up? Who you calling little bear? Who you calling little bear? Oh, my pop is too cold. That's why I'm getting gassy and I'm getting hiccups. I drink my pop at room temperature. I don't like cold pop. I drink any pop I drink it at room temperature. So thanks, Fate, Robert and Curtis. You got it, boys. Thank you very much. Sweet. Thank you. No problem, Bull. No problem, TJ. It's on its way. You appreciate your support all the time. Well deserved. Thanks there. There's Stuart. What's up, boys and girls? Stuart the Trobby, he's the Trobby Hucker. He's the Stuart the Trobby Hucker. Bleh. See if the fucking mouth wants to work tonight. Stuart the Hobby Trucker. Stuart's been a busy boy. I've seen him in quite a few lives lately. He's getting around. Plays on the freeway. Hey. Mr. Bees. I'm going to throw Dart. I want a new mouse. I'm tired of clicking this mouse. Man, it's probably not the mouse. It's probably the idiot fucking using it. We got more snow coming tomorrow, too. We're ready for summer. Havana, I hear you. It has snowed off and on 3 times here today. 3 fucking times. Woke up this morning, it was snowing. Then it stopped. The sun came out. Dar went out to work, did some shit. I did some stuff around the house here. And then next thing I know, it's snowing again. And then it stopped and it's snowing right now. I mean, I've had enough. I'm ready for a nice roundabout fucking runs down south. I'd like some Arizona, please. Little Texas, fucking anything. Just get me south of the Mason-Dixon line, please. Anything. Up, Mr. Bees. Unfiltered through our lens. Hey there, Wheel Burner. How you doing today, brother? I'm doing really well today. I'm having a good day today. All hairs are there and accounted for. I'm on this side of the grass. I'm breathing air. Doing okay, man. I got nothing to complain about. Truck's in the shop, but it's in the shop for by choice. I'm waiting for IH guy to get in here because the fucking fuel tanks took a shit again. Right, my balancing problem is back, except now the tanks are reversed. It's pushing them all to the other tank. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw that at IH. But I put the truck into the shop to get ready for the ice roads. Right, so they're doing their pre-trip their inspection. That was one of the qualifications to go up and run the ice roads. The truck had to be inspected, make sure that it was good. So I went and ordered a bunch of the neoprene hoses, a bunch like the upper rad hose, a couple of the other hoses that are all. So I ordered extras of those. So those should have come in. Had a couple new fog lights put in. Took care of that problem. I had one that was out, so I just put 2 new ones in because if one goes, chances are the other one's right behind it. And then, yeah, I had got the boys going over the truck to make sure that we're all good. I don't have an issue. I think the truck is okay, but I'd like to hear it from these guys because they do it. You know, this is what they do. They know what they're looking for with the truck. So, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I didn't. The truck's not in the shop because, oh my God, something broke or blew up. It didn't. You know, the fuel tanks are not an issue because even if these guys don't get it fixed, I can still run with them. It's not gonna. I'm not gonna lose any time off work from it. So, sorry, what the hell was that? Chicken hawk. Ceiling heaters. My mind was somewhere else when Wheel Burner said Havana's Pink Taco. Everybody was Chicken Hawk. Everybody was. None of you should be thinking about Havana's Pink Taco, guys. Pull your minds out of the gutter. The only one that thinks about her taco is John, and rightly so. He married it. He bought it. He paid for it. She's rolling her eyes going, shut up, fucker. Sunday, we will be back in the negatives at night. It's been unseasonably warm here. 50 degrees yesterday. Dude, I'd love to see 50 degrees. Bull, I really would. Karen. Hi, Brian and Dar. Karen's another one. She found us down at the convoy. How you doing, Karen? Glad you're here, babe. Everybody's going to start saying hi. There's a couple new coming in. TB, hope nurses, police people that lose, hope nurses, police people that loses their job show up there as well. Well, there was a few officers that did lose their job because they didn't stand and do what the tyrant told them to do. The nurses, there were a few nurses, there were some doctors, there was some medical EMTs. A lot of these people, not a lot. I'm not saying a lot of that. I don't mean like the majority of them, but some people lost their jobs. Hopefully they do show up as well. YB, I believe that's. I hope they do. Mrs. TBT USA. Kevin driving? Kevin must be driving. Did the truck drivers who were heavily fined for causing disturbances, littering, and other offenses get any financial assistance from any source for their grief? Well, let me tell you something, sir. There was no littering. I was there. We picked up our own trash. We even trucked our own trash out. What you saw on the news was bullshit. And unless you were there doing it, walking the streets, you're mistaken. There was no causing of a disturbance. What you saw on global news, on city news, on city TV, or the national, what you saw was what Trudeau wanted you to see. And obviously, by the statement that you've put here, you bought the fucking syrup. Okay? You bought it. Unfortunately, you bought it because it didn't happen. I was there. 11,000 other people were there. We left that city cleaner than we found it. There was no crime. There was no terrorism. There was no fighting, brawls, problems. The only problems that were caused were by people that were sent in by outside parties trying to start a fucking problem. That is what happened. There were no fucking Nazis there. The Nazis that were there didn't show up there because they were supporting us. They were put there so that the cameras on City TV's cameras and Global's cameras and National's cameras could go click, 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 click. Look what's going on down there. They're desecrating monuments. Like fuck. Nobody desecrated a monument. The goddamn fucking veterans showed up, tore down Trudeau's fences that he had put up around the monuments and said, fuck you, we'll do it ourselves. Nobody's guarding these monuments. All of the monuments, the veterans stepped up and took care of business. Where were you? Where were you, sir? At home. Drinking the syrup that Trudeau was feeding you. That's a shame. Because you weren't alone. There was a lot of people that were like that. Fortunately for Canada, there was more people that didn't. You know the old saying there, one person, yeah, okay. Two people, yeah, three, yeah, coincidence. When you've got 3/4 of a country, it's no fucking coincidence. You know what I'm talking about. Did any of them get any financial assistance from any sort for their grief? No. I didn't get any fucking financial assistance for my grief. Were there funds set up? Yeah. Were those funds grabbed and stolen by the government? Yeah, but was some of that money allocated to some of the people for expenses to get the convoy? Sure. Did anybody? Are you asking? Did anybody get rich? Fuck no. No, absolutely not. Hey, on our way home, 1 hour away. Well, you know what, TBT, Kev, we'll get you there, buddy. I got about an hour here. Last time I said that, you could have driven halfway across the country. We'll get you home, boys and girls. There was zero littering. You're right, Dar. There was zero littering. There was none. Like I said, we left that city cleaner and safer. The cops could have just got up and left if they wanted to. Didn't need the police there. All the businesses that client claimed that, oh, they're causing problems. They're leaving garbage like shit. 90% of all of those businesses that were in the vicinity of where we were made out like bandits because we were spending our money there in those stores with those people, cleaning up after ourselves. Like I said, we were trucking our own garbage out. There was no garbage anywhere. Cliff. Woo! Lori, say hi. You got this. Cliff, I was supposed to hear from the office today about you. Are we going down Sunday or not? And Lori can say hi all she wants. Got me some eyeglasses today and they don't work. So pissed. Rig Pig, I hear you. I've had to change my prescription twice in 8 weeks. I got the first original set, then I wore them and they were fine for about a week or so. And then something happened, something clicked, and I went back. I've got these ones, and now I've got these ones. I've had these ones for about 2 weeks. And my eyes are going funky again. I don't know what's going on. I've got a specialist appointment in Kingston, and there's a couple of specialists in there that I'm going to go see. But you're on a waiting list, right? Like your doctor sends the request in, and then the specialist gets to a point, and then they phone you, right? And they'll say, okay, we can get you in on July 5th of 2027 or something like that. So I'm just waiting for a phone call. Until then, we'll see what goes on. Robert, the Yanks can't win a war without us, and we need their muscle. I agree. Sorry to hear that, Rig Pig. Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, it is. We are not afraid. They must be. YB, you know what? You're right. And the reason that they hit us so hard with all of the new rules and mandates and freezing our bank account, that was all because they were afraid. They were forcing or trying to force us to be afraid. Was I afraid that they were going to freeze my bank accounts? I knew it was coming. What are you going to do? Freeze my account, take all my money, and then what? Then what? Then you've got a whole set of new problems, you dumbasses. Government doesn't think. Nice to meet you, Cliff. Cliff, just in case you need to know, Darlene is my wife. Dar is my wife. The little social butterfly running through the chats here. And say hi to Lori. Yeah. Lori's met Dar, by the way. Dar, hello, TBT. Give the missus a hug for me. At least she said hi to you first this time, Kev, before she went on to Mrs. TBT. There you go. I'm so worried. Late, and I expect my pay to be deducted accordingly. What's up? How you doing, Don? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for being here. We're just talking old shit. You know, it's been a year. Well, obviously because you've been here a while, but because I'm so far behind in these fucking comments already. But we're just talking convoy. It's been a year, and what's going on today. The echoes of that convoy are still being heard today. They're still out there. They really are. There you go, Mrs. TBT. The lovebirds are flirting. Dard, you and Mrs. TBT want a moment here? How many all the trucks present were towed away by Ottawa police for whatever reason? I don't know. Quite a few. After they went in and smashed all the windows and windshields and headlights of the trucks. They didn't just hook up and tow them away. They destroyed all the trucks first. We got video of it. Look at, they destroyed all the trucks, smashed in all these windows, smashed in all the windshields, then hooked up and towed them away. That's brave. 20,000 people just need to stay home, protest there. The country will feel it. Stuart, you know what? I agree. Unfortunately, the problem with people protesting, especially truck drivers protesting, is, if you're in a position to park your truck for a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, and you can do this, then that's fine, right? Most owner operators today, unfortunately, are not in a position to park their truck for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or a month. They can't afford it. So they can't put themselves in that position. Grand Wizard, love your lives, Wheel Burner. Here's some change for coffee while up north. You can't have you freezing to death in case we need you for another freedom convoy. Bro, it would take more than cold to keep me away from another convoy. I appreciate that. $140. I appreciate it, Wiz. That's very gracious. It will be put to good use. You guys know that, you guys obviously know that any money that you throw in here, we're not living large on it. We've got commitments and shit, and stuff costs money to run a channel, and we use your money accordingly. And I want you to know that. And we appreciate when you do this. And Wizard, that's very gracious. Really do appreciate that, sir. Where the hell was I? I don't have a clue. Let's go to Stuart. Yeah, 20,000 people. Mr. Bees. Well, you have a lot smaller population. That might just work. Yeah, dude, it's a lot small. We have 1/10 the population the U.S. has. There's 37 million people in Canada, and there's only 340 only. There's 340 million in the U.S. I think I said last week, I said the state of California has all of Canada in it. All of Canada is in California. I tell you what, you fuckers kick everybody out of California and send them up here, and all of us will come down there. How's that? You guys can't stand California, but I guarantee you'll love us. You'll love Canadians. You already love Canadians. Unless you're Willie's Pub. Willie's Pub, he openly states that he hates Canadians. But he lives in a state, and he lives in Florida, and there's more Canadians in Florida than there's Americans, for Christ's sake. Just thought I'd throw my there you go. That one's for Willie. She said hi to you, Dar. There you go. So Cliffy, Cliffy? Sorry, buddy. Cliff, are you on your way home? I guess you and Lori are on your way back up right now. Hopefully you guys are safe. Hopefully you guys are doing well. You know what, Cliff? You should plug your phone into Lori's stereo, and you should be piping this through your speakers. You have surround sound, man. I know that Peterbilt can do it. His pop is room temperature. Yeah, I drink my pop at room temperature. Okay. Woo! Janice Dale, Ottawa here. Hope to hear those beautiful horns soon. My God, Janice. You know what? Thank you. Thank you. I'd be happy. You say the word. Say the word. And I'll be there with my beautiful horns honking. It ain't gonna take much to talk me into it. Trust me. It's been snowing in Arizona when we have gone through for weeks. It's been snowing I don't know if it's me or you guys typing. Fuck me. Mrs. TBT, it's been snowing in Arizona when we have gone through for weeks. How many times have you been through there? If you've been going through for weeks, that means you've only gone through, what, twice? I usually like snow, but I'm just so over it. Bring on the grill, bonfires, s'mores, and fuck the bugs. Havana, you know what? I've got 4 feet of snow out in my backyard. I got a fire pit that we still do fires in. Curtis was out last week. I think last week. Curtis was out with the bonfire. Had it going. I barbecued dinner tonight in my slippers. Look at it, look goofy. I was wearing my slippers and my snowmobile jacket, but man, snow don't bother us. We have bonfires, s'mores, and all that kind of shit. And the good thing is, Havana, we don't have bugs. No, it's below freezing out there right now, but it was beautiful here in North Carolina today. Yeah, rub that in. Attaboy, rub that in. Thank you. Karen, my birthday is coming up, so it's going to snow. You know what, Karen? It snows every year on my birthday, too. I can't catch a break. I cannot catch a break. Chicken Hawk. Dar, they're all dictators. Trudeau, Obama, Biden, UK leaders, German leaders. So, Jesus Christ, Mike, come on. Klaus Schwab, Dr. Fauci, the list goes on of discussing human beings that find happiness in seeing people suffer. Agreed. Next, Banana Puss is in the house. Evening all. We're just talking about you. Glad you're here, buddy, from England. Banana Puss. I still say it. Best name on YouTube, man. Banana Puss. Bingo Chicken Hawk. Agreed. I've already harped in enough on it. I don't want to make this whole night about it. I did want to recognize it. You guys feel free to slander our government, slam our government, say whatever you like about our government. Feel free to use my platform to do it. Just don't make any threats. Don't make any threats. The last time, going way back, we made a few comments about what we wish would happen to Trudeau. We had, we were warned. Let's put it that way. So no threats. Don't make any threats. I'm with you on bring in summer, but leave the bugs, Savannah. Yeah, goddamn right. I'm not scared of the bugs. I just hate getting bit. Well, then you're scared of the bugs. Always good to have extra battery on a solar charger. Okay, I don't have a solar charger. I wish I did, actually. Banana Puss. Make sure you get some fog lights with yellow tinted lens just for the whiteout blizzard conditions. I don't think I can do that because in the new Cascadias, they're HID. So I don't know if you can get them with yellow. But you know what? I will check on that. Okay. British rules, even though Robert's a tosser. Nomadic Brit is in the house. One of my favorite people in the world. Mark is one of my favorite. Him and Sterling are two of my favorite people in the world. Thank you. Thanks, Brett. $99. Appreciate that, my brother. Really do. Very gracious of you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. You're always very good to us, Mark. We appreciate it. Always good to have. Yeah, I got that one already. Banana Puss, man. Okay. Robert, you're gonna start. If you're gonna throw some money just to make fun of Britt, I promise to give it back to you. But he just threw $100 at me. So if you want to throw $5, I'll make sure you get it all back. So throw $500 at me. I'll make sure I send it all back to you. You'll never see it. You will never. But you can send it to me, Robert. I'll make sure it's all there. If tin whistles are made of tin, what are foghorns made of? Leghorn. He hit the lotto. He didn't buy shit. Just kidding. You're right. Yeah. John goes to bed every single night going, oh, thank you. Banana Puss saying hi to TBT, Mrs. TBT. Karen, I'm a lot better. Thanks, Brian. Good, Karen. Glad to hear that. The city was cleaner after the protest than before. You're right, Wizard. It was. It absolutely was. 11,000, way more than that. No, that was what was on site in the downtown core, Dar. In the core, not the total. I think the total was what, around 45 something thousand? Yeah, but all in one shoulder. Sorry, I'm not arguing with Dar about this, but there was people that were rotating in and out. But I think at any given point, there was 11 to 12,000 people inside the city. And everybody else was trying to get in. But you know what? The exact number, I don't know. You know, I'm going off memory, and you know, if it was, I can't tell you what I had for fucking dinner tonight, but I'm trying to remember numbers from a year ago. Just let's put it this way: it was a punt load. Okay, it was a punt load of people. There was a punt load of trucks, and it was a punt load of fun. Thinking of moving to another country before Trudeau completely runs ours into the ground. Cynthia, it's a thought that Dar and I have thought about. It's not something that's completely off the table. If you know my I've said this, and a lot of you guys already know that my two oldest daughters saw this coming, and both of them said to Mr. Trudeau and the government and the mandates and all the shit, and they moved to Mexico. And both my oldest kids live in Mexico. And then now they've hopped back and forth between Mexico and Colombia, but they've made their home in Mexico, and they both live in Mexico. And you know what? For somebody with, you know, if I sell my home, sell my truck, sell my business, Mexico is a comfortable place to live out the rest of my life. It's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, there are things that are tying us here right now, but I do have the option to leave the province. If I can't leave the country, and living in Ontario is the worst province in all of Canada, I do have the option to leave the province, and we're looking at that as well. Those options are always on the table as well. You should, Cynthia, or at least move to Alberta. 10-4 rubber ducky on that. In Port Stanley, the medical professionals that lost their jobs because they refused vaccines had a town hall meeting. They want to go back to work, but Trudeau won't get rid of that clause. You still need to be double vaxxed. You still need to be double vaxxed across the border. Going into the US. You don't need to be double vaxxed to get back into Canada, but you need to be double vaxxed to go into the US. Shannon Thomas Trucking. Look at that. You know what? There's another one of my most favorite people in the world. How are you, Shannon? How's your girl? Hope you guys are well tonight. Hope you're safe. I think you're down. Where are you, sweetheart? You're down in Texas, aren't you? Are you still in Texas, or did you get out of there? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you're warm. Okay, I was mistaken. I take your word. You don't have to take my word for it. You should have been there. Too many people sat on their ass. If you want to know what's going on in your country, you have to be active. It's like any other program. You have to be active. Good for you, Wheel Burner, speaking the truth. Hey, TJ, we were there. And a lot of people go, yeah, well, what the fuck, you know? Dude, we got hours of video. We were there. We were living it. We were walking around. We got hours upon hours of video. You should have seen the editing that Dar had to do. Go back on my channel a year and look at all of those videos of us down there and the lives. Although the lives were hard to do because there were so many people with cell phones, you could barely keep a signal to do a live. But go back on my channel and look at that. Nothing I'm saying here is bullshit. I'm not making this up. It's on our channel. We were there. Go back and look. What I thought was actually really impressive was the amount of seniors that came out. Veterans, the older veterans, military veterans, but a lot of the seniors, the little old ladies, the old men that came out. God bless you, boys. Thank you. You know, these are fucking people that are fighting for for pensions, that are fighting for money, for fighting for healthcare, that are fighting for all this shit. And these guys came out and supported us. It was phenomenal. We've got people that were, 80s, in their 80s and 90s, throwing their support at us, and we got kids that were, 5, 6, 7, and 8 throwing their support. We had every walk of life. It was phenomenal. It was fun. I can't use that word enough, and if I keep repeating myself, fuck you, just get over it, because it was phenomenal. The word phenomenal is probably the only word I can say that can describe it. I wish all truck drivers in North America had enough money to take off 2 weeks all at the same time. Chicken hawk, that would be incredible if that happened. I truly wish that would happen too, because it wouldn't even take 2 weeks, bro. One would do. You park every truck in North America for a week. Oh, the outside world people don't realize. They don't know. If you're not in the industry or in the transportation industry, or if you're not in warehousing, or if you're not in this business, if every truck in North America parked for 1 week, the economy would crash, countries would starve, gas stations run out of gas after 2 days, oil production would stop. I mean, everything would come to a grinding halt before the 7th day. 2 weeks would cripple the country. It would take 5 years to get it back. But I agree. I absolutely agree. No, it's not. And now he's trying to get doctors and nurses from Nova Scotia to move up here. There is medical crisis in Canada-wide. Funny, I watched a series the other day there explaining why Canada, who has some of the best medical doctors in the world, and why they're leaving Canada. Would you want to work here as a doctor? Would you? Nurses are flooding. Well, not anymore, but they were flooding out of this country in droves, going to the States. Why? Would you want to work with Trudeau looking over your shoulder? No. Doctors? No. I don't blame them. People, the liberals went, oh, you guys are traitors. No, they're not. They're fucking smart. You're leaving all these sick people here. No. These idiots should just hire back the people they let go who wouldn't. That'll never happen. That will never happen. Victor, how you doing, brother? Victor's also a member of our channel. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support, Victor. Glad you're here, man. Okay, guys, I am like 7 weeks behind in comments here, so I'm just going to jump. Oh, hold on. Willie's iPhone. I didn't drink any of the syrup. The only news I watched was Rebel News. Good for you. Good for you. Rebel News actually probably put on one of the best displays of journalism that you've ever seen. Not bad for a little trumped up fucking bunch of guys that, were winging it in the beginning, eh? Rebel News is where it is at. You're damn right. And Rebel News made some good coin too. Hey, you know what? Rightly so, Robert. Rightly so. Willie's iPhone, sort of the best news is Rebel News. I hear you. You notice we're cut right back, eh? That's the first one you've seen tonight. What are we into this? We're into this an hour. First hit. We're doing good. We're cutting that shit right back. The Canadian convoy accomplished more than meets the eye. It showed Trudeau and the U.S. socialist leaders that citizens will stand up against the government. You're right. And Chicken Hawk, it showed them exactly that. And then it showed exactly what the government and what lengths the government and the socialist leaders will go to keep you under wraps, right? They will label you a terrorist just so they can enable an Emergencies Act so that they can have free will to do whatever they want. Arrest you, not charge you, throw you in jail with no trial. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And that's what they did. But on the other hand, it did show the true colors of a lot of people in our government. Now, it also showed some true colors of a lot of people in our government that were working for us. There was good people in the government. I'm not saying we trash all government here, because while this was going on, there was some backbenchers and some other political people in the Canadian government, in the Conservative Party, that were actually doing some good work for us. And we do have to recognize them. Yeah, Rebel News. I hear you, brother. Hear you on that, Jim. Someone asked me today what it accomplished, Chicken Hawk. Did you see when Trudeau goons beat up one of the reporters outside where Trudeau was? I did not see that with my own eyes. Of course, you probably wouldn't have seen that on the National or Global or whatnot like that. I'm so tired of the question when they don't really want the answer. Dar, you're right. You're absolutely right. Maybe you need bigger eyelashes for the glass eye. Maybe I do. Social butterfly. Ha. Yeah, that's Dar. That's Dar's department. Dar, did you hear about what happened in PEI with the Liberal government regarding hunting rifles? Karen, it's not just the Liberal government, not just in PEI, babe. It's Canada-wide. They're making hunting rifles. All hunting rifles are now illegal. You can't even hunt, you know? No, what happened, Karen? Oh, come on. Dar must have heard about that. Socialist leaders have only one thing standing in their way, and that is, will the people stand and fight, or will they lay down and accept socialism? Chicken Hawk, that is a mouthful, and I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. If you're not willing to stand up for what you believe in, your country, yourself, your family, your loved ones, if you're not willing to lay it out and put it on the line, then you don't have the right to bitch. You don't have the right to complain. You lose that right, in my eyes. You lose that right. It's gone. It's fucking gone. If you're willing to do that, take that step, take that shot. Because when you stand up for something like that, you're going to take a shot. You're going to take a couple of shots. We took shots. We stood. But if you're not willing to take the shots and you're just going to run your fat fucking mouths, you don't have the right to bitch. Absolutely not. Holy shit, I'm a moderator. I have experience in 3 groups and I have experience in three groups as an admin. Jim, we know who you are. You've been in here before. And the reason Dar gives you the wrench and moderates the majority of the people is because we do it so that you guys have access to other people's channels, right? If you see somebody in here and you want to see what their channel's about, all you have to do is click on their name. And you can go to, for example, I'll just use Dar as an example. You can go to Dar and it'll take you to her channel. You can go to Nomadic Brit. It'll take you to his channel. Anybody who's got a wrench you can go see their channel. And that's why we do it. There are certain people that we don't know. And if we don't know you, or if you're not recognized in the channel, then we just don't give you a wrench. Didn't he start a YouTube channel too? Oh, sorry, I'm jumping here. Barry, Dar, okay, everybody's talking. This is what kills me, is when you guys talking about, you were pleased with the support as a group from the other brothers in other provinces. Of course we were. We were well supported. We had representation from every province, every territory in Canada. Every province and every territory was represented. I love being a fringe minority organism with unacceptable views. Banana Puss, I love it. That is awesome. Awesome. See, now you got me talking like you. Awesome. That was awesome, man. Unacceptable views. Yeah. He learned a hard lesson. I'll tell you that. He learned a hard political lesson because he's still licking his fucking wounds from that. That's a great trade. Who do I talk to make that happen? You know what, Mr. Pease? You clear out California. I'll pack my shit right now. I'll bring the truck. I'll bring Dar. We'll bring the cats. Gone, baby. We're on our way. Country home style. Hiya, Brad Dar. Good to you guys. Debbie, how the hell are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. Putting brakes, shocks, and bags on this weekend. Just getting it ready for the road. Good for you, Stuart. That's another one. I know you announced it the other day, so you got no problem. Hopefully, no problem. So Stuart's getting back into the game. He's gone and bought himself a truck. Whether he's going to make a video, I won't give any details about the truck, but if he wants to. But he's getting back in as an owner-op. Most of you guys know that Stuart was an owner-op. Watching the market, watching what was happening, watching the trends, got out at the right time. Let it pass, let it blow by, let all the excitement happen, and now he's dipping back into the pond. Good for you, Stuart. Good for you. Stuart's one of those guys that I listen to. When he's talking, when he's live and he's talking, Stuart's one of those guys that I listen to. I have a lot of respect for Stuart, and I think he knows that. Security intelligence is wanting truck drivers aware of potential civil unrest in the U.S. for the weekend and possible week. Watch your six, drivers. Thanks, TBT. I will watch my six. I really will. Speaking of watching your six, everybody, go to Fate Trucking. Go out, check out Scott's channel. He put out a video today. He was doing a live last night, and while he was doing the live, somebody was trying to break into his truck, like get in his door. He's live. He's in the bunk doing his live, like we're doing live, and he's doing his live, and somebody was trying to get in the fucking truck. Nervy. He was in Jersey. I believe, I think he said he was in a rest area. Was it a rest area or a truck stop? Well, I don't think he was in a truck stop. I think he was in a rest area in Jersey. And the funny thing is, I do a lot of Jersey, right? I'm always in Jersey. I'm in the Port. I'm in Fairfield. I'm in Berlin. I'm in Philadelphia, but that's just like 18 feet from Philadelphia is New Jersey. So, but yeah, go watch that video. Give that video a look, a good look over. Because Scott wants the algorithm, and most of the time you go, oh, yeah, he's looking for an algorithm. But no, Scott's doing this for a reason. He wants the algorithm to spread this, because this is what happened to him while he was live. And he explained exactly what happened in the video. So go check that out, would you guys? Fate Trucking. Not to mention, he's just a hell of a good guy, and he's got a good channel, and he's doing good shit over there. A lot of respect for Scott as well. Uh-oh.
No, for his video.
Oh, okay. Dar just said she put the link up in the channel for that video. So if anybody that wants to see that, there's the link. It's a good watch. I promise you. You won't be disappointed, guys. I'm just jumping because you guys are talking amongst yourselves. I'm just trying to pick off. Here we go. Greg, happy convoy anniversary, fellow wheel burners. Thank you, Greg. Greg's another one. Greg's not even a goddamn truck driver. Greg is one of the supporters, the outside supporters. Not even a fucking truck driver. But he grabbed our channel, supported us, watched us, was there, right? Was in Ottawa. God bless him. And he's been with us since day one as well. Appreciate that, Greg. Dar, I think I should make some lit banana bread and send it to Turdo and Sleepy Joe. Debbie, I would endorse that. I'll even pay for it. I'll pay you. Thanks, Clips. I'm 7 minutes and 50 seconds behind on the comments. Always count on Clips to keep me straight, eh? Again, you guys are just talking amongst yourselves here. Trucking with T-Bone. I don't know Robert, but Stuart is kind of okay, I suppose. T-Bone, Robert is the shit. Robert is the shit. Robert is everywhere. Everywhere you look, you'll find Robert. He's another social butterfly. He likes to run rampant amongst the lives. You'll see him over with James. You'll see him on here. You'll see it. I promise you, if I drop the link right now, it'll be a race to get in here between Robert and Robin. Actually, we haven't seen Robin in here yet tonight. So, hey? Oh, he's probably sleeping. Okay. Wheelburner Express, I miss y'all, man. Being busier than a cat covering poop. Okay, Deb. That's a busy cat, man. We haven't seen you much, Debbie. Missing you too. There you go. Barry, guess I will just move next door to Robert and be a tosser. There are worse things in life. You know what? You're right. You know what? When an Englishman calls you a tosser, I think you're supposed to be insulted, but I can't take it seriously. You know, you want to call me a fucking asshole? I take that seriously. You want to call me a tosser? I'm gonna laugh at you. Yeah, I can't take being called a tosser seriously. There's no there's no seriousness to it. Dara, I finally got a notification for you all, so here I am, even though I'm busy as crapola. Well, a minute ago you were covering cat crap. Now you're busier than crapola. Make up your mind, Deb. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Debbie. All right, here we go. Mr. B's. I was there with y'all and that Ottawa Scotty guy, doing those live streams. You were up here? Mr. B's and T's. I don't remember. I'm sorry, sir. If you were here and I didn't recognize that, I apologize, sir. And I thank you if you were. Absolutely. Karen, I lost my temper and had a sailor's mouth. Told her to stick vaccine in her ass and pound sand. That's not a sailor's mouth, believe me. Come on over here sometime. You can hear a sailor's mouth out of a woman. Organized chaos is in the house. Hey, Brian, what's going on? I just threw the what's going on there just to make it a little more exciting because, hey, Brian. He's probably driving, causing chaos. Hit the like button, everybody. Yeah, do me a favor. On your way in or on your way out, I'd appreciate that. Pound that like button. Willie's iPhone. Okay, Dar, let me know if you guys come to New Brunswick. We might be able to meet up somewhere. I live in Moncton. Dude, man, I was in Moncton I don't know, almost 8 weeks straight. 10 weeks straight running Moncton. I was running loops from Toronto to Moncton. That's all I was doing. I had to stop doing it because I couldn't afford the fuel. The Canadian fuel is just too goddamn expensive. Dar, yeah, I still watch his live streams. Okay, you guys are talking. Tom's in the house. Wheelburner Express, your clock is off and it's doing my brain in. Your clock is off and doing my brain in. Dude, my brain was done in years ago. I'm running on fumes. I agree. It doesn't take long to crash the system. No, you're right, man. Absolutely right. We could do it in a week. Unfortunately, in doing so, we'd probably cause more damage just to get our point across. Because you got to think about it. Food banks would be empty. Medicines would dry. The hospitals would run dry of medicines. Hospitals would crash. The damage we would do by shutting our trucks down and doing it, if we actually could do it and unite and do it, would be ridiculous. We would kill people. People would die. That's as simple as that by us doing it. No, we obviously don't want that. At least I don't want that. The crisis is massive stupidity within elite governments. Deb, absolutely right. Agree. Hey, bro, just getting up. Time to hit the road. You're just getting up. You must be on the night cycle there, brother. You must be if you are. Hey, dude, back after doing life. Honk, honk. Marielle. Back after doing life. Well, if you're living in Canada and you're living in Ontario, we're all doing life right now. Unacceptable views. Documentary on the convoy. Excellent. Viewable on. What does that say? Sorry, you know what, Greg? I can't read that loud. Viewable on, I'm going to assume that's YouTube. Banana Push, I try to support local, but as many of them are crazy expensive. That is a problem we're having up here right now. Banana Push, remember the general strike in 1970 took down Peto's health government. We could do it. It would hurt more than it would help, though. Stand up at what price? Yeah. You name the price. Only you can name the price that you're willing to pay for your freedom. I'm willing to pay anything. I'll stand up and I'll pay anything. You cannot put a fucking price tag on freedom. You cannot put a price tag on democracy. You cannot put a price tag on the things in our country that we love and cherish and honor and we live our day-to-day lives. You can't put a price tag on that. And when you do, when the government does put a price tag on it, which they did, they mandated this, they taxed us, they did this, they snuck these bills in, they did all the shit, which is them putting their price tag on it. You willing to pay the price for your freedom? Stand up. Pay the price. If you're not willing to pay the price, then sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and don't say anything. Because, you don't have the right unless you're willing to stand up and do something. I did some research, and it is cheaper for me to send you my homemade preserves than for you to buy them in your own country. Canada's shipping rates are crazy high. Debbie, you don't want to know what shipping rates are. Most of the people in our channel are American. So when you guys are getting shirts and merch and shit like that, and we're shipping it, it costs almost as much to ship the shit as it does for fucking buy it. It's incredible. The world leaders are working slowly on reducing firearms to manage it easier and enslave its citizens. The U.S. is moving closer to that by continuing to make BS firearm laws to prevent rebellion. TBT, that's exactly what they're doing here. They're saying they're doing it for the safety, right? To get the criminals off the streets, to take the guns out of the criminals' hands. How many fucking hunters in Northern Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, even BC, Northern Quebec, how many of those guys up there hunting that live that way, that live on it, that require those guns for living, are fucking in the streets of Toronto, in the streets of Chicago. They're down in the hood of New York. Yeah. Those are the guys you need to worry about. Those are the guys you need to worry about. Those are the guys, I'll be honest with you, those are the guys that Trudeau needs to worry about, because I'm waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day that some old fucking cranked up fucking hillbilly Frenchman out of Northern Quebec comes marching out of the woods with a 30-06 with a fucking long scope on it and takes Trudeau's head off one day while he's walking up the street or walking out of a building. Because somebody is going to be pushed to the point that they don't care anymore. A 25-year life sentence is worth blowing this guy's brains all over the Parliament Hill. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened. I wouldn't shed a tear if it did. I'm sure it was said in government meetings, did you see how many truckers there are out there? Thank goodness they're not armed. The convoy sent a big message, not only the Canadian and the U.S. governments. Chicken Hawk, you're absolutely right. And do you know that they tried to say that there was guns in our convoy? There's no guns in our convoy. There was no guns. First of all, the Americans couldn't have got across the border if they had guns in their trucks. So there was no guns there. And there was no guns in our convoy. There was nothing. They took a taser out of one guy's truck. Actually, it was a lady's truck. They took a taser out. She drove with a taser for her self-defense. But there was no goddamn guns. But they tried to say, oh, we know that there's guns in. If there's that many trucks in there and there's that many truck drivers, there's got to be guns. There must be. Not a gun to be found. Right? We did what we did and we didn't fire a shot. They did what they did and they fired fucking shots. How does that sound? We did what we did and we didn't fire a shot. Not a single fucking shot. The government did what they did, and they fired shots. More than one. Anyway, let's carry on. Banana Puss, Robert Tyke Trucking. Yeah, I love the candles and those blackouts. Fortunately, I was born and brought up on a farm. We had a tank and a tank of cherry to use in pit lamps. There you go. Don, I respect you highly for sacrificing your income and protest for something you believe in, and I wish I had the financial ability to have done the same. I do believe there are a lot of good that came. Don, you are right. There was a lot of good that came from it. And you know what? It's just a fact. It was just a fact of life. There was the people that were there were in a position to do it. But the people that weren't were sending their support. We knew we had their support. And if that's the way you felt and you wished you were there, I appreciate that. And I do. I appreciate that support. And thank you. Thank you very much. Theo, the fuck me. Thea, I'm just not even going to fuck with that one. Hi, Darren Brian. Haven't been on for a bit. Happy Fringe anniversary. You got it. Thank you very much. Humberto, the trucking guy. Hey, how are you? Dude, hopefully you made it home, Humberto. Hopefully you got home okay. I know you were out in the shit like I was coming through PA, through that storm. But you were behind me, so I think you got it worse than I did because I was on the front end of that. So hopefully you got home, you got okay, or at least you got back up to Canada and you're good. Out of both protests, some good that isn't even seen or known about. Don, you're correct. You are correct. Some of the good that did come out of it was on our end. It lit a fire under other political parties, and they recognized that, you know what, this isn't right. This can't happen. This is not how Canada is supposed to run. Hopefully, the American government system, somebody, Democrats, well, you guys got Democrats right now. Hopefully the Republicans recognized, the Republicans were in when that was happening. But in our case here, one of the good things that did happen is that the conservatives woke up. The Conservative Party woke up and went, wait the fuck a minute here. This can't happen. And some good has come. They were able to step up and stop some things that Trudeau was trying to do or slow it down. That is one of the really good things that did happen. Hi, the other me. Oh, we got two Dars in here? No? That's the name. Oh, the other me. The other me. Okay. That's how you say that. The other me. Jesus Christ. TBT USA, I heard, especially in Memphis, be careful. Very high security risk. What's that? Nothing. What are you up to? Nothing. Hey guys, what's Dar doing? I'm behind in the chat, so she's up to something, but she's down the hall here being sneaky. Yeah. There's Scott's channel. I just threw it up there. That's his video. Or that's Fate Trucking, sorry. I call him Scott, but it's Fate Trucking. My apologies, Fate. Yeah, go check it out. Go check it out. Who paid for the pizza? We all paid for the pizza. Dar, I got to skip out for a bit. We'll bounce back when I can. Hubby needs me for a bit. Don't be gone long, Deb. We need you in here. Who paid for the what? That's what I was asking. Who paid for the what? The pizza? Okay, I'll get it in a minute. Always do the seatbelt through the door handle trick when parked. Safety first. You know what, Don? I don't usually do that. I don't usually do the seatbelt through the door handle. I usually lock and whatnot, but after watching Fate's video, it gives you something to think about depending on where you are. Again, considering probably twice a week I'm sleeping in New Jersey, somewhere in New Jersey. on one of the rest areas on the turnpike, or either. Well, I don't sleep down in the port. I don't give a shit what my e-log says. I'm not spending the night down in the port, but it does give you something to think about. Grand Wizard, no firearms are not allowed in commercial vehicles, and gun laws are very widely from state to state in the U.S. Chicken Hawk, I think you're allowed to have firearms in commercial vehicles, but I think you have to be permitted. I think you need to be specially permitted for it, and depending. I know, and I'm not going to call out any of them, but I know drivers that have firearms that are armed in their trucks, and they're permitted to do it. They're permitted to have them. When they get pulled over, they declare that they've got them. They show their registration, their license, or whatever the fuck they show them, and it is legal. I know. What's that? Oh, did he? Okay. We got to be careful everywhere these days. Darn dinghy divers. Yeah, no shit, eh? 20 minutes behind clips. It's killing me. You guys are talking faster than you're chatting faster than I can talk. CBT, carrying firearms in the U.S. legally in your truck has many hurdles to stay legal. Carrying on person is another set of laws. I could go on and on, but too difficult to type. Yeah, he's typing with his toes. He's driving. You got the cruise control on. Chicken Hawk, we operate under the don't ask, don't tell policy when it comes to guns. I hear you, Don. Who paid for the lawyers' fees that were required after Ottawa? You chaps have a fund? What if we did? What if we did? What if the money was put together and the legal fees that are still being paid? Fucking legal fees that are still lawyers' fees that are still being paid for some of these people. Man, you don't know about this? Neil, someone who could answer the question is Big Red on TikTok. He talks about it, all that. I can send you some links later. His name is Chris. Same as voluntary. Some is voluntary. WC Invader. Yep, many truck drivers carry guns in their trucks, but it's not legal and can cause more problems than it prevents. I carry a tire bar. I use it to change a flat tire or beat somebody. You know what, Chicken Hawk? I got the same thing. You know, I've got instruments, let's just say, that are placed throughout my truck, all within arm's reach of me being in the driver's seat or in my bed. If you come through, how about this? I'll put it this way. You might break into my truck, but you ain't getting the fuck out. Not on your own two legs. So if you're coming in, be prepared because you're not going out the same way you came in. 1 year already. Had a memory come up on Facebook about Trudeau staying home to be safe because his negative COVID test. Yeah, the little prick, he ran away is what he did. He ran for the hills. Crystal, absolutely right. A tosser. Tosser's one. I know what a tosser is, Robert. Is that how far behind I am? Holy shitballs, boys. Okay. You guys talk. I'm just going to quickly scan here. I'll see if I can get this down to within a couple of minutes. Jumping Jesus, Joseph and Mary. Okay, I see Robin's in here. I'll make you uncomfortable is in here. Yo, everyone. Okay. Someone broke into our truck in Cali when we were indulging in a hotel. People are crazy. You know what? I thought you were about to say something else. When you were indulging in, I'm like, they weren't breaking in. They were just trying to get a show. But no, if you were in the hotel, you guys are good. We should put seatbelts on the doors more often for the intruder safety. You know what, TBT? I will be looking at that. There's another way to do it. Depending on what kind of truck you have and what kind of door handles you have. I have the door handles that are a Cascadia, so I can do this. I'm actually going to get the bar that just runs from one handle to the other, and that you just tighten in the middle and it'll hold the doors. And that way you can't get the doors. And then in the morning, I just release the latch and it takes the pressure off the doors. I'm probably looking at something like that because you know what? Last thing I said, I talk a big talk sometimes. I go, oh yeah, you're going to come into my truck. You're not, but I don't want you in my truck. At the end of the day, I don't want you in my truck. I don't want anybody getting into my truck. So, you can have guns in your truck. Yeah, you can. It's a hassle. I'm armed and permitted. So I'm not breaking into Kevin's truck. No, you guys don't be breaking into TBT's truck, please. He's armed and permitted, which means he's allowed to shoot you. Wheel burner, there's a large sign at the Virginia state line. All handguns are illegal. Mandatory jail time. When the hell did they put that in there? Well, you know what? I haven't been down to Virginia in a couple of weeks. Drama-free zone reviewing beer and liquor. How you doing, Randall? I love the names you come up with this shit. What's up? Good to see you, brother. I'm gonna hop in the shower. I got it. Oh, Jesus, Robin. Okay, you do that, buddy. Sorry, Robin. Yeah, I know, eh? Jesus, I just got a little too carried away. Woo, woo. What the hell is going on around here? Ladies and gentlemen, Snowlord OG is in the house. Glad to have you here, Snowlord. You are welcome anytime, my brother. You would have to be pretty high up on the security clearance to get a permit to carry a handgun in your truck all over the USA. Never heard of anyone who has one. Snorlord says guns are illegal in trucks. It's the individual state laws that you have to worry about. That's what I think as well. Because Snorlord, I know of somebody that's got a gun and he's permitted to carry. And there was talk that he actually wanted to come into Canada and he wanted to start running into Canada and what he would have to do with the gun because he obviously couldn't bring his firearm into Canada with him. So, yeah. Snorlord saying hi to Dar. We stayed up all night listening to music. Oh, my God. That's all you were doing, eh? What's up, Randall, you fat bastard? Robert, that is not nice. That is not nice. Look at this. This one was for Snorlord. I was hoping he'd pop in. Went old school tonight. No heavy metal. No Crew. No Maiden. No Judas Priest. Look at this one. I don't know. Can you read this one? Can you see this one? This is an old school shirt. Look at that. We went with some Zeppelin tonight. You just can't go wrong. 1 year anniversary of the trucking convoy, and we went with Zeppelin. I actually dug this one out of the closet. I had to go digging for it. That's for you, Steve. Little Zeppelin tonight. Well, that's what I mean. State carry laws prevent it. What the F? Why is it all of a sudden you guys are watching your language? Any other, the what the Fs, the AFs, any other time it's F this, F that. You guys are swearing. You're swearing more than I am. And what, tonight? Okay, let's get you up. You and your brotherhood are very fortunate the Ottawa police didn't put their dogs on you. Huh, where were you? Where the fuck were you? We're lucky they didn't put the dogs on us. Fuck, man. Dogs, tear gas, horses, rubber bullets. What else? Fuck, if all they did is put the dogs on us, that would have been a party. I could have handled a bunch of fucking dogs getting run over by horses. That was fun. Dodging rubber bullets. That was fun. Having your eyes water out of your fucking head from tear gas that they said, oh, no, it was just a smoke grenade. No, it wasn't. Again, love it. Where were you? Lucky they didn't sit the dogs on us. Fuck. They did everything and sick the dogs on us. Neil actually beat people. It was disgusting. It was. Hey, Robert, you skinny bastard. Actually, you want to talk about skinny, you got to see Robin, not Robert. Robert's a little chunky. He's not buff like me, looking big and beautiful and all tore up like I am. But look like Robin. Robin is skinny. A stiff breeze would blow Robin. Robin stands sideways, sticks out his fucking tongue. He looks like a zipper, for Christ's sake. Karen loves Stairway to Heaven. Love Stairway to Heaven too, but listen, go through the whole Zeppelin, do the Zeppelin marathon. You'll probably, by the time you're done, you'll probably find about 10 songs that you like more than Stairway to Heaven. Tom, fuck it. Thank you, Tom. I agree. That's how we're going to run tonight, Tom. You and me. Fuck it. Okay? Let's go, Tom. Fuck it. Fuck, shit, damn, piss. You stepped in that one. There you go. Now that I've said that, watch this. It's going to be F. That's going to be okay. Randall, I'm not skinny. I'm lean and mean. Robert, you're like an old Cadillac. You're built for comfort, not for speed. That's you. Fuck. There you go, buddy. Tear it up. Get it out. Also, protesters were run over by cars. Dude, we were hit by everything. Horses, cars, motorcycles. Fucking January, they had motorcycle cops out. I'm surprised they didn't break out snowmobiles and ATVs. The guy who ran people over was out on bail the next day too. Yeah, didn't serve a single day. How is that? Meanwhile, if I'd have farted and it came out and went, Trudeau sucks, I'd have got 30 days. The only Indian there gets run over by a horse. Dogs would have licked me to death. I'm telling you. Good times. Shannon, it was an event. It was an event. I really wish that more people were able to be there and see it. No, they brought the horses instead. And why other than to trample? They didn't need the horses. Greg, you're right. They didn't need the horses. They brought the horses in because it is a big animal. It is a deterrent. It is an intimidation factor. That's why they brought the horses in. Because a bunch of guys standing there in body armor wasn't enough, right? Standing there, they were standing there with ARs in full combat gear. Not like full body armor, full combat gear with fully loaded ARs. That wasn't intimidating enough. They had to bring in some fucking horses. I'm with Tom. Fuck it. Mr. Peace, join the club. You're welcome. Climb aboard. Everybody, fuck it. Don't forget security checkpoints on Parliament Hill. I'm going to say one thing about Parliament Hill. One thing that the veterans did do, they really took care of business up there. They surrounded the monuments. They surrounded the Eternal Flame. They really did a good job. And when the cops showed up and tried to do something, the veterans stood firm and said, "No, we don't need you here. You're not needed here." The cops showed up to actually protect the monuments. And the veterans told them to piss up a rope. "We don't need you here. We'll take care of it." And they did. Couldn't pass security with a Canadian flag. Do you know that right now, if I was to put a Canadian flag on the back of my truck and run up the 401 and a cop saw me, he can arrest me and charge me? He could if he wanted to. It is illegal. It is illegal. What fucking country do you go to that is illegal to take your country's flag, display it on your vehicle, and run up the road with it? If I did, I would be seen as reverting back to the terrorist because I'm supporting the convoy, and that's how that would be seen. Lovely. Isn't that good? Neil Brown, actually, Brian's statement about the economy, if trucks shut down, is correct. A U.S. Agricultural group actually did a study and found that 4 days would cause empty store shelves. Fact. It's one of those it's one of those things that, you know what, I've been doing this a long fucking time. Chicken Hawk's been doing it a long fucking time. It's one of those areas I just kind of know what I'm talking about. You don't need to go to fucking university to get that kind of education. 1 hour, 40 minutes. Brian's almost caught up. Not too bad, eh? Just kicking ass and taking names here. Tom, Wheelburner Express, whatever happened with the guys who were trolling you a few weeks ago? Not heard anything about him in a bit. Oh, he's around. He bombed Sterling's channel this afternoon. But luckily for us, Sterling is a friend and a very good friend, and we love him dearly. And he took care of business for us. So he's still around. Doug Ford tried the snowmobile and fell over. Dude, it just groaned under the weight and collapsed. He couldn't he'd fall over. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Beetlejuice. Yeah, okay. Tom, he was trolling on 2 other channels this week, yapping his mouth about us. They shut him down on those channels as well. There you go. I don't care. I don't care. If he wants to do what he wants to do about me, he wants to troll me and say what he wants to say about me, I don't give a rat's ass. But don't harass other good people. You know, I'm pissed up. When aren't you? I found it funny. Normal police horses are quarter horses, but the fucking idiots came in on work horses. You know what, Karen? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. There you go. You got me on something. I did not know that. Dar, so he moved on from here then. We've got it set up that he can't get on here, Tom. He's not able to get on here. If he wants to harass us, he's got to do it some other way. He can't make himself seen on here. He can watch, and I guarantee you he's watching right now, but he can't come into the comments. He can't do it. We've taken care of that. I'll piss on you. Pretty much, Tom. He's blocked here. The older you get, the more you will recall how little you knew when you knew it. When you knew it's supposed to be when you knew it all, not always. But I'm 53, and for 50 of them, I've been listening to slogans like that. They're getting a little old, man. Come up with some new shit. Rode in on a Clydesdale. Yeah. Dara, that's good then. He was a cock. No, you can't even call him a cock. You know what, Tom? You can't call him a cock or a dick because they have a use. This guy doesn't even have a use. There's no use for him. So at the last Trump incoming, this will be biblical, as real as it will get. Buckle up. Timothy LaFlame. You know, when you guys obviously know Trump is going to be your next president. It's obviously going to happen. Biden is done. He knows he's done. He can't even speak. He's just a ghost. Trump is coming in, so buckle up. America, buckle up. And who voted that shit in? OPP asked us what the sticker in our back window meant. We have one that says Nova Scotia Strong. Yeah, they have the right, Karen. They have the right to ask you. Chicken Hawk, I call BS on your assertion of there being a sign stating handguns are illegal and mandatory in jail time. That just looked it up in the statutes. They are allowed in a secured compartment. All right, you guys be nice. OPP can suck a dick. Wizard, I'm on you with that. Okay. I'm torn, or I was torn. I'm not torn anymore. I was torn because I come from a family where there were police officers in my family. And I always had a certain level of a degree of a respect for police, not necessarily the law, but for the officers and the job that they had to do. It wasn't an easy job. I saw what my father went through for 30 years as a Metro Toronto cop. It wasn't an easy job, and the toll it takes on those guys doing the job. So I had respect for the police officers themselves, not always for the law, but at least for the officers. And then this happened. And when I saw police officers doing what they did and then turning around and going, I was under orders. That don't wash with me. That don't wash with me. I was just following orders does not wash with me. You cannot follow orders to do the wrong thing. You say no. What, you're going to lose your job as a police officer? You're going to lose your pension? You're going to lose, you know what? Or are you going to trample people, shoot rubber bullets at Canadian citizens, shoot tear gas at people? Is that what you want to do as a police officer? To serve and protect? Serve and protect. You're not there to fucking hurt us. Serve and protect. It's one of those areas where I could go right the fuck off, and you guys have seen me go right the fuck off on this. And you know what? I'm not blowing my blood pressure up tonight. I'm just not. It's not going to happen. We have our Canadian flag stuck in our snowbank in our apartment complex parking lot. Honk, honk. Good for you, Greg. Proud of you. Thank you. I'd love to have, because I had two great big Canadian flags off the fairing, because when I took the truck into Ottawa, I didn't have a trailer, obviously. So I was flying two big Canadian flags off the fairing. And if I tried that now, I'd be pulled off the road. Also, they have, I know the word invader. I know the word is Don, but I can't say it. With other states, concealed and carry licenses. Haha, Greg, love it. You got it. Pioneer Spirit, good evening. How the hell are you, man? You getting here a little late. What, you didn't set your alarm? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Normal police horses are Canadian horses. They are a breed. There you go. Profane truth. I did not know that. What I know about horses, other than they can trample you if you're not careful, what I know about horses, you can write on a stamp. Horses are an animal that I don't know anything about. I don't ride them. I don't know the different breeds. I don't know what they use different breeds for. It's one of those areas, guys, I don't know jack shit about. I do know that, they can run fast, they can carry people, and, if they run over you, you're going to know about it for a couple of days. Honk, honk, motherfucker. I hear you, wizard. I hear that honk, buddy. Thank you. Everybody's saying hi to Pioneer. Plot twist, your stalker is Curtis. If my stalker was Curtis and it was found out that it was Curtis, you guys would never hear from Curtis. I mean, you'd never hear from the stalker again. Maybe stay off the weed, Robin. There is no breed called Canadian horse. See, I didn't even know that either. I can't talk about horses. It's one of those areas, guys. I'm ignorant. You guys could be talking here bullshit about horses, and I just repeat it and go, okay, fuck, I don't know. There are no federal laws and regulations carrying a gun in a commercial vehicle. It all has to do with the states. It doesn't make any difference to me, Don, because being Canadian, I can't carry it anyway because I got to cross a border. But I'll be honest with you, 100% honest with you. If I was allowed, I would be armed. I would have my carry certificate. I would have my, up here in Canada, it's called an FAC, a firearms certificate. I would have it. I would then have my carry and conceal permit. I would have the whole ball of wax if I was allowed to. But being Canadian, obviously, they're taking our fucking hunting rifles away from our hunters. Humberto, the trucking guy, is the pussy. I once wondered that, Randall. Yeah, Dar thought about Curtis being the stalker. But then there was one time the stalker was bugging us and Curtis was home, so we knew it wasn't him. Now that Brian is almost caught up, and we put the we can put the link up shortly. Yeah, you know what? You could probably throw that up for a bit. We'll see how we feel tonight. I have not been hitting the vape, and I've not been killing it with Dr. Pepper tonight. You guys notice this? Look at the self-control. The self-control. Alterno. Yeah, that's what he wants. That's where it's going. That's where it's going. 690, the RCMP can be arrested for not doing their job, apparently. You know what? The RCMP should have been arrested for doing their job, for doing the job they were ordered to do. None of those fuckers were held accountable. Only good cop is I'd have to look on here. When you guys put emojis on there, I can't, it doesn't show up on StreamYard because the only good cops have already been fired. The respected cops got fired. It's our way to show support for the victims of the mass shootings in Nova Scotia. I knew the female police officer who got killed. Yeah, that was a shame. That was a bloody shame. I was just following orders, every war criminal ever. Tom, agreed. Fucking agreed. Every war criminal ever. And Trudeau's on the list. Trudeau's on the list. Should have been for, I was going to say 90%, but it's not that high, but probably about 60% of the shit he did was illegal. I'd say 95% of war criminals, some of them were the cause of those orders. 690, you're killing it tonight, brother. I'm agreeing with a lot of shit you're thinking. Truckers Anonymous, hey, how the hell are you, man? Glad you are here. I've not seen you. 690, anyway, I've started a new job. Oh, for the love of Christ. Okay, hold on. We're going to guess. You were working in BC, running that. You pulling garbage? You pulling a garbage scow? No. You're in the oil field. You got smart. You finally got fucking smart and you took my advice and you hit the oil field, didn't you? Tell me you hit the fucking oil field, 690. Robert Tyke Trucking can't outwizz the wizard. Oh my God. I wonder who else used to say that. What are you doing, 690? Look, everybody wants to know. Police officers are not above the law. Had two of them get arrested here last week. One for fraud, the other for violence. Well, you know what? I'm glad they're being. I'm glad they're being held accountable. Brian is scared of horses. Yes, I'm okay. I'm not scared of horses. It's just I'm not their biggest fan. I don't ride horses. When the kids were little, we used to live out in Waterdown, so we had farmland all around us. So we used to take the kids out into the country and walk up to the horses. They'd come up to the fence line, and the kids would pet the horses, feed them apples and carrots and shit like that. I'm okay with horses like that, but am I okay in like an open yard with running horses running around? That's not my cup of tea. If you are, great. But if you're not, you're me. I'm just not a horse guy. Dogs, no problem. Donkeys suck. Tired of that little asshole kicking me. Hear you, brother. Donkeys are crazy. So what, Robin? We're going to start calling you the donkey? The Manitoba donkey. Donkeys are red heelers. Donkeys are like red heelers. Mr. B, mine don't listen either, or at least, or to me at least. Yeah, Stuart's got one. Mules are better than donkeys, less stubborn. Who cares? Who fucking cares? Canadian horse. The Canadian horse is a horse breed from Canada. Wiki, RCMP used Canadian horses exclusively. Okay. Mo Shannon, weed is legal in my state. Can I smoke while driving a commercial vehicle? I do have a prescription for it. No. No, even though you have a prescription for it, because beer is alcohol is legal in your state, and you're not allowed to drink beer while you're driving. Weed is still considered, even though it's legal, it's still considered a mind-altering substance, which will impair your judgment to operate a motor vehicle. So no, the answer to that is no. You go ahead and try it and pull into the police station with your truck. I'll be live probably in the middle of next week, and then next weekend, stop back in and let us know how that worked out for you. Especially when you go arse over tits past its nose. That's my biggest fear, Robert. Getting on the horse, it's going to turn around and go, I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. And I'm going for a ride. So there's the link. What did I say? What did I say? Who's going to be the first one? Told you. I fucking told you. It was either going to be Robert or Robin. There you go. Tell me I'm wrong.
Fuck, I completely slept the day away. You ever sleep all day and you wake up and it's nighttime again?
No.
Oh my goodness.
I've never done that. I've never slept. I'm not a day sleeper, dude. I can't do it. I don't know how. I can have a nap. You know, I can have like a mid-afternoon nap for a couple hours, an hour, a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But I can't sleep like a solid sleep. That's why I make a horrible nighttime driver. Like if I had to work midnights or something, I'd make a terrible driver because I just can't sleep. I couldn't go to bed at like 6 a.m. and sleep until, 1 or 2 in the afternoon or something like that. I couldn't do it.
You got to see this stereo, man. This stereo setup is just wicked. And I got 3 amps hooked up right now. I got to work on my 5th and 6th right now, and I got to try and bridge these amps now, and I'm trying to figure out how to bridge them. And I can't get this fucking record player hooked up at all. Everyone's like, just YouTube it. YouTube it. Oh, it doesn't work that.
They're right. Just fucking YouTube.
It depends on the amp. It depends on the amplifier. Like this record player with that amplifier, like I'd like to see anyone who has one of these amps.
What do you have? What do you have? Do you have like what are you trying to do? You're trying to set up like the old school. You've got the receiver, then you've got the like I used to have like a Yamaha setup, right? So I had the Yamaha amp, then a separate receiver, and then the turntable, cassette deck, CD, and all that kind of shit. You're trying to do what? You're trying to run 3 different amps.
I'm going to be running 5 different amps.
Well, what's the use? What's the sense of that? Unless you've got 2,000-watt speakers, you're going to blow the speakers out of them. You're going to blow speakers.
I got a whole whack of speakers here. Just do it. And this isn't even it yet. I still got to go to the barn and get the rest of my speakers. Sorry, Pooter.
Okay, maybe I should ask, where are you getting the speakers from?
Oh, like GGE Brandon.
Oh, are you?
Like this amplifier right here alone, this thing is $1,200. It's a Luxman tube amp. In 1986, when it came out, it was $3,600. Like when I tell people about that, they're like, "What are you, a doctor's son? How the fuck did you get that thing?" It took me years to find that out.
Oh, dude, that must be just because of where you. That must be just because of where you live. I can go on Kijiji here, right, and find all of that stuff.
Brandon, though, like Brandon, Manitoba, per capita has the most millionaires of all of Canada. Per capita, look it up. Brandon, Manitoba. I don't know how many of those millionaires. I don't know what it is about Brandon. Is it the taxes?
Probably. Like, if you've got a gaggle, and that's what we'll call them because they're not a flock, but if you've got a gaggle of millionaires all living within one city like that in one province, probably the main reason I can think of is taxes. They're looking for tax breaks. Well, or it's just the cheapest area to funnel their money through. Nevada's in the house. What's going on, Kyle? Glad you're here, brother. Glad you're here. I just wanted to say, I watched your video today on the tires, putting those 22 5Rs on there. Yeah, you're gonna see a difference. I know I watched your video and watched the RPM difference, but you're gonna have probably before you notice a financial difference, you're gonna have to run those a couple months, right? A couple of months. You're not gonna notice it on your next fill up. Trust me. I think Banana Push just bailed.
See you later.
Late night, Brian was snoring and talking again in his sleep. Yeah, apparently I was tearing it up last night. Actually, here, hold on, I got something for you guys.
Are you talking?
Dar recorded me one night, right? I don't know if I played this for you guys one time, but apparently I'm sound asleep, right? I'm sound asleep. Oh, sorry, hold on, Roberto. I didn't see you there. Hold on. Here you go. So apparently I'm sound asleep one night, right? And I guess Dar was doing something and she saw something and she started laughing. So I was snoring, and every time she laughed, I'd start laughing while I was sleeping, right? So I guess she started doing more of it, and she recorded it, and she actually downloaded it here. So hold on a second. I'll just play this for you. So you guys just be quiet for a sec. Hold on. This is what I live with.
Yeah, you gotta be on your toes, eh, Brian?
Okay. Let me fucking tell you, eh? That's what I live with. Now, if I did that to her, all hell would break loose, right? All hell would break loose. But no, it's okay. She did it to me.
That was pretty good, though.
That's not bad, eh?
Yeah. Fuck, I was talking in my sleep the other night, apparently, and clear as day. But the wife couldn't remember what I said. It was probably "fuck me, baby, fuck me."
I don't think I sleep. Like I sleep. No, I don't think I sleep. I don't think I talk in my sleep. I just mumble. I don't know, but Dar thinks it's funny, and she apparently it doesn't take a lot to get me going. Right? I'll giggle, I'll sleep, I'll talk, I'll mumble, I'll say stupid shit. And
Start asking him questions while he's sleeping. Okay, start asking him questions.
Oh, I guarantee you, she's already done that. So have you ever cheated on Dar? Have you ever? I guarantee you, she's already done all that, right? Because when you're sleeping, chances are you'd answer honestly, right? Because you don't know, right? Oh. I can guarantee you, she's probably done the. Have you ever done this? Where were you on the night of this? That
She's
time
you were in the CIA, man. She's working for the CIA, doing tests on you, man.
At the bar with your brother and your cousin,
Brian, I guess you answered the good questions because you're still alive.
Well, obviously, I answered the questions correctly. Yeah, I'm still fucking breathing.
If you got the wrong answers, you're already dead, man.
Yeah. If I'd have answered wrong, believe me, I'd be sitting here before you dead. No
Wake
problem.
Up in the morning and you wonder why you have a black eye. Yeah, did I walk into a doorknob or something?
No, with Dar, it wouldn't be a black eye or a fat lip. I'd be having something surgically replaced.
Oh, like Lorena Bobbitt?
Oh yeah. I guarantee you. I'd be at the hospital holding it in my hand going, please put it back. Please.
You have it in your hand. She didn't throw it out the window.
No. Yeah. At least she didn't tie a bow on your morning. No, Sterling, that's what I do. If I wake up before her, I tie a bow on my morning wood and give her a nudge. Hey, psst, wake up. Wake up. I got a present for you. I did, Greg, but I couldn't change the format on time. Yeah. Thanks, Wiz. I'm such a goof. Yeah, whatever. You know what? If you can't laugh at yourself, whatever. Dar, next time put Brian's finger in warm water while he's sleeping.
Oh.
Well, that's been tried. That's been tried with me. My cousins and my family and friends, it's been done. I've never, it doesn't work. On me, it doesn't work. We did it to my cousin John, and he let loose like a dam burst, right? He pissed all over the place, but it didn't work on me.
Well, you could try the shaving cream, but obviously Brian doesn't own shaving cream.
I don't own shaving cream. What are you going to do with that?
The feather and the shaving cream.
Yeah. Oh, Mrs. Uncomfortable's around. The uncomfortable wife. What'd you do to her, Robin? She's in another room?
Here, I'll go grab her.
No, I'll leave her there. She's fine.
No.
She's comfy. If
but
she's
it's easy to read the comments too. I can't read the comments on here.
Well, that's good. That's why I'm telling you to sit there so she can mouth off and you can't do anything. Sterling Truck delivers. My friend's girlfriend stuck a dildo up his arse while noshing on his wood to wake him up. I don't want, you know what? Just let me sleep. Don't wake me up if you're going to do that to me. Oh, Jesus. Hi, Sandra. Everybody's saying hi to Sandra. Hey, wife. Yeah, see, thanks. Thanks, Robert. You're giving Dar ideas. No, thanks. No, thanks. Hello, Sandra. So, Umberto, where are you? Did you make it out of there okay?
Oh, yeah. That day, I already did pass that, man. I arrived at that night in Virginia, close to North Carolina.
Yeah.
And then I pick up today in Port of Baltimore. You know how it is. Baltimore is always a fucking mess. And now I'm sitting. I just stopped like 2 minutes before I request the video. I'm in Port Hope at the rest area.
So where are you now?
In Port Hope.
Port Hope? Oh, Port Hope. Okay.
Well, I still have like 2 hours something to drive, but for what? At least I'm gonna have a coffee, and tomorrow I will start again. And
where you going? You going to Montreal?
No, I'm going to Montreal. Yeah.
Going to Montreal. Yeah.
If was not the thing for the ports, I already long time I'm being in Montreal.
You know what? I'm surprised with your company because I know where your yard is, right? And I'm surprised with
so many yards.
Yeah, but I'm surprised with your company that they don't make you guys just drop those in the yard and then have a local driver go and deliver them. No. Loads and bring them back. That way you guys can drop switches. That's the way our company tries as hard as they can. That way we don't have to lose time going into the cities and delivering our loads, right? We can drop it in the yard and have another one to take off.
Listen, I do not deliver loads back to Canada. It's very, very rare.
Is it?
I do not. I come from Baltimore to Mississauga. I do a trailer switch and go straight to Montreal and drop trailer. I do not deliver it unless if I'm late. Unless if I'm late, I will go straight to the customer.
Yeah.
Now the guys don't want to pay. The guys don't want to pay $35 an hour plus the extra stop.
Yeah, Rig Pig. Robert, are you sure it wasn't a bottle opener? That's what Dar's got. Dar's got that bottle opener I got to be careful of. Got to go to work, kids. For some reason, I didn't get enough sleep today. Be safe out there and check your genitals often. You know me, Sterling. I'm checking my genitals, every couple of minutes just to make sure I'm good. My brother, I appreciate what you did for me today. I want you to know that. And buddy, be safe tonight. Your training. Hopefully, all goes well. We'll probably hook up with you again tomorrow. Be good, man. Thanks for stopping in here and spreading your cheer.
And Brian,
yes, sir.
You was very lucky on that day, because it was a big accident going north. in on I-81, you was very lucky to get past that.
Yeah, I was right ahead of that. I was right ahead of that.
Yeah.
I got the worst of it for me because I was coming out of the port of Newark, right? So I was coming out of the port. And then so I ran down to the 24. I ran up the 24 up to the 80, and I was still good. There was a little bit of flurry up there. But once I got about halfway across the 80, I got about 30 miles east of the 380. It started to come down. By the time I got on the 380, it was a fucking write-off. Like it was a disaster, right? And the 380 up to the 81 is only what? Like not even 45 or 50 something fucking miles or whatever it is. And it was bad. And then I got up onto the 81 just north of Scranton there, and the road was it was wet and there was some flurries, and then I didn't run into any more real problems till I got up to Watertown, and then it was just a little bit through Watertown, and then I made it there. It was worse back up in on Canada. Once I crossed the border, like that video I put out, what was it, this morning or yesterday morning or something, showing
I saw.
That shot of me on the 401 was getting off at the 696. That's where our yard is.
Oh,
right?
Fuck. That was the 401. I thought you were down in the States.
There was no road. There was no lines. There was no nothing. And cars were just like this all over the road, basically going from zipper to zipper to stay between the zippers, right? That's all they were doing. Like, and it's only 35 miles from 661 where the border is up to the 696. So I was able to just keep it on the zipper. I just basically rode the zipper in the right-hand lane all the way up to my exit, and then got off at my exit and was able to kick it in from there. So I caught a break. Anybody coming up behind me, we had another driver, Lori, she was coming up behind me, and I think she got it worse than I did.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. By the time Dar replied to my comments saying you are on the way and stuff like that,
yeah,
I was like, why? I'm like, so you are okay, but then gonna get fucked up here in Ontario.
My eyeballs were shot when I got parked. My eyes were done. Like my eyes were like two pistols in the snow. It was just fucking ridiculous.
Man, was one part I was driving. You cannot see the fucking highway, and these cars and even trucks, these fucking flip-flops from Ontario, man, they fly on the highway, man. Like, you don't see the highway, you don't see anything, and these guys fly, and then one, he did go to the fucking ditch. I'm like, oh, I'll now stay there for a couple of days, you idiots.
Yeah, no shit. What's going on there, Hobby Trucker? How are you?
Just same stuff, different day.
Yeah, you can swear here.
Yeah,
he knows.
Yeah, it's same shit, different day. Just this weekend I got to work on that truck. I got to put some brakes and shocks and airbags on it. Just get it ready to go on the road. I got some tires on it the other day. I have to eat humble pie with the wife because I went to go and get tires, and I said, well, let me go to the Loves. That's probably going to be the best deal with double coins. They wanted $7,000 all round. I was like, damn, that's expensive. She goes,
is that to install them as well? Like all in, or just for the tires?
No, that's for the tires, mount them, and that's two steers as well. So it was double coins on the drives, and then some Firestones on the steers. They're all 16 ply, and there was like $6,900 mounted, balanced, everything. Well, she goes, that's expensive. I'm like, okay. I said, what's your other option? I said, they're double coin tires. It's not like it's a big name brand. She goes, let me work on it. She goes back to the dealership where we got it from, and she gets the drives and the steers from the dealership for way less, like $4,800 installed. So yeah.
How did she manage that?
I guess she just got them at cost.
No, you know what it is. It's called boobs.
Well, of course, I know that.
It's called boobs.
I know that.
Boobs.
She probably cried a little bit, and they felt bad for.
Well, yeah, it's called boobs. It's called having boobs. That works in this industry. That works. Trust me.
On the international, Ryan, I put a 2-stair tires is almost $2,000. Four drive tires, but was Michelin only. Or four drive tires, almost $4,000.
You know how you want to know how I buy drive tires? I don't buy them all in one shot, right? Like I don't need drive tires right now, right? Because when I bought the truck, it got new rubber on it. That was part of the deal when I bought the truck. I had ET put new rubber on it. Even though it really didn't need it, I had them put new rubber on it. But now I'm not going to need new rubber till probably this time next year. So what I do is I start buying one tire a month for the next 8 months. Right. That way I'm not getting hit with a big cost all up front. Right. When I heard what Nevada paid for 8 drives tonight, or I watched his video, he put 8 drives on there because he went from the low pros up to the 22.5Rs. I just about fucking shit myself. Now he didn't put cheap tires on it, but I'm not telling you, man. You got to go watch the video.
Oh, okay.
No, go watch the video. But
Nevada,
I just about shit myself. But myself personally, that's not how I buy tires. I don't buy tires like that. When I start to get to the point where I can count the months, I'm going to need 8 new tires. I wait till I've got 8 months till I know I need them, and I just buy 1 tire a month, and I just have them put away. And then when I've got 8 of them paid for, put them on. Right? That way, it's easier for me to absorb the cost over an 8-month period.
Yeah.
But don't tire shops, like you buy a tire, they'll put the fucking tire, it's like included in the price. They'll just throw it on your rim. Or is it different with is it just my small town mentality here or something?
What do you hold on? Say again?
Some garage.
You buy a tire, they put it on the rim for you. Like for free.
Okay, so
some garage charge
my invoice for the tires I got just the other day, okay, $300 of that bill was for mounting.
Yeah.
I'm mounting and mounting.
You pay for the tires, and then you pay, like Stuart just said, he paid an extra $300 to have them mounted.
Not here.
Yeah.
Not here.
And then
I don't know if it's just a small town or what.
Yeah,
as soon as I get 8 new tires on, my truck goes in for an alignment. So there's another $375 for an alignment, right?
More now.
So, well, I've got a guy, right? I've got an alignment guy, so I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, as soon as I put new tires on, she gets an alignment.
Yeah, that's what you should do, and you should look at your tires too, like your old tires, and see how they're wearing.
Well, if I can, I usually keep one.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
but
yeah.
I don't have to do it anymore. I don't have to do it. Well, the trailer tires, most of our trailers all have the rack underneath, and they're all carrying a spare. And if I blow a drive tire, chances are, I can get it off the road. I don't have to worry about it. I'm not carrying. Some guys they'll use those small straps, the ratchets, and they'll strap it to the back of their bunk. I'm not doing that. They'll hang on to it's an old tire, but they'll hang on to the best one, but I don't do that. I just wanted to throw a quick shout out. SoCal's walking around the chats here. Thanks for stopping in, SoCal. And he enjoys double coins. I think, you know what? This double coins are something I've never used. Stuart, you said you've got them, you use them?
No, I've used them in the past. I went with what is it? Galaxy? I can't remember.
Galaxy?
I think it was Galaxy. Yeah, I think it was Galaxy. Yeah. But I mean, look, for what I've got going on, it's just exactly what I need. I'm not looking to go and put the most expensive set of tires on. That's not. I can't justify that in my world.
Well, I had
black and round. I don't care.
When I bought the truck, like I said, part of the deal I negotiated was new tires all the way around. Now it didn't need new steers. It had new Bridgestones on the front of it already. But I had them put new tires on, and so I got 8 Michelins for the back. They're a good tire, all year tire, but I would prefer an open shouldered tire for the snow, for the amount of snow that I drive through. And I know for a fact my next set I'm not putting Michelins on. I'll probably go with either Firestone or Bridgestones. They're a little bit cheaper as well.
I'll tell you what I hate about the Michelins, the rubber itself, the actual compound of the rubber is so soft. Every set that I've had, like on the stairs, you know that on the very edge of the shoulder, there's like that, it's like that skinny bit of rubber. It always starts splitting away from the sidewall bit. It doesn't, I mean, not like, but you can just put your hand in, you can pull it apart.
Yeah.
Separating. And I don't know if that's because of the way I drive when I back up. Some people said when I back up, I'll stop the truck and then I'll turn the wheel to get it. You know, they said, well, you should turn the wheel while you're moving. And that's what's causing it. And it's just a habit I have. When I back up, I'll get the wheel going to where I want it to go and then start back up instead of doing it in motion, which, I mean, I can see that. I mean, probably it's just my bad habits, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I stopped using I stopped using Michelin steer tires when, you know, I was paying, you know, $1,900 for a set of steer tires.
Yeah.
You know, when I got close to $2,000 for 2 fucking tires, forget it. You know what? I've been with Bridgestones now, and that's what I've been running religiously. I had them on the Volvo. I had them on my Pete. I had them on my W9. I had them on the other W9. Always been good with them. I've never had a fucking issue with them. Always been good. The back, I've never run double coins or galaxies. I've run Yokohamas. That was a disaster. I've done Goodyears. That was a disaster. I've got Michelins on it now, and I'm happy with them. But I'm going to go back down to. I'm probably going to go back down to Bridgestones or Firestones for my drive tires.
Yeah, I'm going to say Bridgestones.
Yeah, Bridgestone has better rubber. I heard that Michelin's got that issue. It's a softer compound. But the thing with the Michelin drive tires is though you can pound the air to them, eh? You can pound the air to them. They're a good summer tire, and you can pound the air to them if you absolutely have to.
Yeah, but that's how they get the good rolling resistance, right? Is because of that softer rubber.
T-Bone's the same thing. T-Bone's the wintertime with that soft 726 on the drives. That's what I'm going to go back down to when these Michelins are done. T-Bone. That's what I'm going to go back down to. I say back down to because I got Michelins on it, but in my opinion, I would prefer the Bridgestones over the Michelins anyway. So, but that is the tire that I'm going to go to when these Michelins wear out. So
let's get to the elephant in the ring, Brian. You're going ice road trucking.
Yeah.
When are you started?
We got confirmed for the second week of February.
Second week of February.
We are leaving. We're going up to the ice road. So yeah, I've got another 10 days or so. 10 days.
Oh fuck yeah, man!
I'm excited. I'm excited. Believe me, I'm fucking excited.
Fuck yeah, eh? That's gonna be some good views, man.
Well, it's gonna make some good video. I've got we've now got a drone, right? So I had it out today, and you got to download the app and all the shit, so you can. Would you believe I have to register it because it's one of those ones that flies. You need to register it with the FAA or not the FAA.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah.
Try loading a brand new phone now. It's like it takes you 6 hours.
It's technically an aircraft, right? So I'm taking. I had it all out today. I was getting it all set up. I downloaded the app. I got the shit. But the remote itself is missing a charging cord, and so I need to go over. I'm going to go over to Best Buy tomorrow. And
it's a special charging cord, right? Like you can't.
It's one of those ones that it tells you in the instructions what kind of cord it is. Like I bought the drone secondhand, but I bought it off a friend of mine. So I know I didn't just buy it off online off some guy, right?
Yeah.
My friend owned it. And so I've used it before. So I know the drone. But I guess between him and me getting it or whatever, I'm missing the charging cord for the fucking remote. I'm going to sit here and go, well, how much can a charging cord possibly cost? But it's probably something stupid like, $129 for a cord that long or something like that,
Ryan.
IH, Bridgestone owns Firestone, just cheaper tire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
They're the same company, yeah.
IH is in here, so I just want to throw this at him quick. We got the fuel tank problem fixed. Remember about 6 weeks ago? Guess what happened on Thursday? Yeah. But it's now reversed. So instead of pushing all the fuel over to the passenger tank, it's now pushing it all over to the driver's tank. So my fuel gauge is reading full all the time, right? Because that's where my gauge is out of the passenger tank. So it's in there. It's in the shop right now. The boys are, again, taking another look at it, and they're going to take a swing at this. But would you believe that? Right on time, 6 weeks. 6 or 7 weeks is how long it lasted. It lasted 7 fucking weeks, and it's doing it again, except backwards. And when I took it into the shop, and maybe you can just confirm this, but the first thing the guy said, and this was the senior tech, the first thing he said was, it's a fuel return issue. It's got to be a fuel line return issue. Because it's not pressurizing one tank more than the other. It's actually fuel's not coming back into that tank. All the fuel is going back only into one tank on the fuel return from the fuel return line. So what can you do, man? What can you do? So they're gonna take a swing at it.
Brian.
Yeah.
Okay, listen very careful. If
I'm
you
all
use
ears.
the drone in Canada, you have to register in Canada. And if you go do videos for the YouTube, you have to do a test online also. And you have to pay to get the license to be able to record. If you get caught, you lose a drone and a big fine. And also in US, you have to get registered on US, and you have to get the part 107. If
What's
you use in US. Part 107, calls part 107.
FAA regulations.
No shit.
Yeah, what drone do you have, Brian?
A Mavic Pro 2.
Okay, I have it's a Mavic 2, but it's a Phantom 4 Pro. Actually, this one here.
It's all based off weight. So if it's over a certain weight, it has to be registered. You have to have a license.
Like this one here, you have to have.
Yeah,
You have
mine is much bigger than that one.
Oh, Brian. Whoa.
Wow, Brian,
We're talking about private parts here, man.
Oh, hold on. I don't mean like, fuck off, Robin. My drone is significantly bigger than that. Like it's.
No, Brian, you have the Magic 2 is smaller.
Than that? No.
Yeah. This is
the Mav. Hold that up again. Bro, turn your phone sideways.
Like this.
No, sideways.
Yeah, no, my drone's bigger than that.
Man, I tell you, if you have the Maverick, you said you have the 2, yeah? Magic 2 or something like that, yeah?
The Mav Pro 2 or the Mav 2 Pro or whatever that is called. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think it's the one is smaller. Well, it's
no.
smaller,
Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Brian's got to go to the bathroom.
No, it's. I've heard of a bigger dick contest. I've never heard of a bigger drone contest.
That was
that's
good.
The fucking no, that's the fucking battery. Just this bullshit. It's $250 each. Yeah, $250 each.
Oh.
I have 5. I have 5. And this is just get you half an hour of flying each.
Man.
Well, now it's 25 minutes because the battery's dying.
So you got to keep it plugged in all the time, or what?
No. These are smart batteries. Like,
okay.
They are slowly losing power. This way, the battery is not dying, like they're dying completely. No, it's a good battery, actually. I did fly.
Who's that in the comments?
I have a buddy. He wants to bring his drone out here and do a picture of the farm. Like, I remember there used to be people who'd fly around the farms out here and take pictures. You don't need to do that anymore. You just use a drone. And it's like a fraction of the cost. I'm not paying $350 for
Brian, listen, Brian, I don't have my propellers on, huh? I took it out.
Still, I'd take the propellers off, but still like that. This thing weighs probably 2 to 3 pounds.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm serious, dude. If I threw this thing at you, I could knock you out with it.
Holy shit.
Just the batteries itself weighs like almost half a kilo.
Yeah. If I tied string to that thing, I could probably lift it. Like I could lift a pop can. I could do like food deliveries, right? I could do food deliveries with that thing if I wanted to.
Yes, companies are already doing that.
Is there any prisons near you, Brian? You could make a shitload of money.
Yeah, there is actually.
This charger charges your batteries too.
Yeah, I've got mine come with 3 batteries, so I've always got. But when I was flying this before, I get about 50 minutes, like 50 minutes out of one battery. Yeah, one battery. I get 50 minutes, but I can go 2 miles. It can go 2 miles. Once it goes 2 miles, it comes back.
Yeah, I got a
buddy. You won't go past 2 miles. So I can get out 2 miles with this thing.
Down in Florida, so at the Cape Canaveral, not many people know there's a sub base there, right? And my buddy was flying his over the sub base, and he was had the camera up looking at the subs and stuff. His phone goes off, says, "Get this thing out of here right now!" Like someone's on the other end of the phone. It hacked into it somehow, and they started flying it back for him.
No shit, eh?
Yeah, and it had it above. When it was above his head, they said, "You take control now, but don't bring it back above the sub base." I was like, "Good lord!" They knew exactly how to get into that shit, man, and hack it.
Oh yeah, Ukraine's doing the same thing. They're hacking the Russian drones, and they're like, "Okay, you're mine now."
Was like a year ago. Was like a year ago in Highway 11 was a big accident, and I know it was accident because I heard in the radio. I put the drone, I go like, I don't know, maybe 3 miles, and I cannot see anything. I was like, the fuck, where is the, and then my phone died, and the drone just come back. The phone died, the drone come back. But the drone does not come back. I just press on a control because I have the control.
Mine does that. Home. Like while it's on the ground, I push a button on the screen, and it remembers where it is, right? And then I can fly it. And even when the drone realizes that its own battery is low, it just automatically comes back and it lands on the exact same spot. I was really impressed. Like I didn't know a whole lot about these things. I was really impressed because I was farting around with it and the battery ran out and it came back. It hovered right over the house. It dropped itself right on the spot, right on the back deck of my house. I was like, wow, like this is impressive. Like I've learned a whole lot about drones.
They go high as well. You can get them pretty damn high.
It's very fun.
I can fly this thing. Like I said, once it's a couple of 100 yards like up and away, you can't see it anymore. Mm-hmm. Like you can't see it. Like it's gone. It's out of your sight. The only way you're seeing it is because I've got a tablet. So I've got a tablet here and it's anchored and based to the remote that you use, your joysticks. And it's got a beautiful camera on it. It's got a 4K camera on it. And it's really, really good. So that way you know where the hell you are, because otherwise you would have no idea because I can't see it. Once it's up in the air and it's a couple 100 yards out or it's over there or I flew the goddamn thing almost out to the 401, right? I took it up high enough so that I could see the 401. The 401 is almost 5 miles from my house. But if I go high enough and I go 1.5 miles out towards the 401, I can actually look down and see the 401. And I'm like, wow, this is impressive. So, but it's also cool because I was fucking around with it. Like,
so
what?
So you can take it like 2 miles up in the sky too? Like straight
it's got
up?
a 2 mile range. Like it can go out as
so you can go, I'm asking straight up.
I don't know. I don't know if it'll go 2 miles straight up. I never tried it.
I did on mine like 2 miles. Way up, going up.
Went straight up?
Really?
Yeah. I would imagine.
But it goes more.
So
I know it goes more because I see videos. I see videos on YouTube. This one is a Phantom 4 Pro. It's not the Phantom 4 normal one. It's the Pro. And I know I saw guys go way far, like 5 miles easy. And I saw a guy change the antennas. You can change the antennas on the control to get much better reception.
Yeah.
I have the normal one. It's more than enough. Well, it's the Phantom 4 Pro, but the control is the normal one. I do not want to change antennas and fuck that.
I can barely use a cell phone. I'm lucky I'm even on here. I'm fucking like total redneck. I don't even know about this shit. Really, this shit's fucked up to me, man.
Are
we living in the Matrix?
No, but it's taken me some getting used to and learning. I don't know jack shit about drones. Until this friend of mine brought it over and I started playing with it. SoCal says his sounds like a helicopter. This thing is fucking loud. Like when it's coming in, it doesn't sound like a helicopter, but it sounds like somebody's like, for example, I had it up. I was on the back of the house in the back end of the property, and I had it like over the front of the house. I couldn't see it, but it was like out across the street, and you could hear it, and it sounds like somebody's got a real big whippersnipper. You know, just that noise. It was impressive. It was impressive. I was.
You have the maps and everything. Like when you plug it on a tablet or a phone or whatever you have the view of the camera, you have the view of the map, you have the view like the altitude, you have the speed, you have the longitude, you have everything. You have like a plane. It's nice. I love it. That's the great thing about it. I barely use it, but I have to start using more. And that license is 3 years, Brian. You have to pay every 3 years.
How much is it?
FAA, I believe it was like $50. It's
nothing crazy then.
No, but don't forget one thing. It's like $50 in US, and then if just to register, and then if you want to fly, you have 2 types of license. You have the license you can fly high, like not high, but like far from people. And you have the Part 107. That is more expensive. I took mine in California when I was in California. I stayed there 3 days. That I paid $359 and US. And in Canada, you have to pay again to the government of Canada to be able to have the drone over here, to register the drone in Canada. Each country you have to pay. Let's say you go to Thailand, you have to pay a registration to fly there. You know, you have to pay everywhere you go. So, but you are here only in Canada and US. If you're gonna use in both countries, you have to pay in both countries.
Wow. What did you say about YouTube? If I want to use the video on YouTube, I got to pay another one?
To use a drone to motorize money, to gain money, you have to have the Part 107. And that is expensive. And that you have to. No, it's like,
No. Hold on. You're telling me, because I go on YouTube all the time and watch these fucking guys that do the competition drones, right? And these guys are phenomenal to do all these competition flying with the drone and all that.
Yeah.
Are you telling me these guys are all paying all these big amounts of money to fly these drones around like that?
But
And
they're getting paid.
Hey?
But they're getting paid from the videos on YouTube. These guys make money on YouTube. These guys have like 50,000 views for videos, man. You're getting paid for that.
Well.
And don't forget one thing: when you register, you have to put the number of your drone, the registration number on your drone. If you don't put it, well, depends where you're going to fly. If you're going to fly in the desert area and stuff like that, where there's no police and stuff like that, the guys don't care. But if you're going to fly all over, like here in Toronto, you see an accident over here, you're going to fly the drone.
No. I have no intention of using it for, flying over cities or any of that. Like, I'm using it for basically instructional shit, backup videos, because you can put the drone like 60 feet above the truck and just hover it there. I can put the controller down, and I can blindside into a spot and show how to blindside into a spot, or a regular backup, or shit like that. That's all I'm using it for. I have no intention of, flying. I don't give a shit about flying it around cities or airports or anything, any kind of crap like that.
You can put the drone to follow you too. That drone. You can put to follow.
Well, we did that. I did that one time. We had the drone in the truck, and we got off the 401 at Highway 7, and we came to the first set of lights. He put the drone out the window, it took off, and he was flying it in the passenger seat. And then he put it up, I think, about 80 feet. So it was above all the wires and all the shit. And there was and I just drove all the way up Highway 7 to Credit Stone, made a left-hand turn on Credit Stone, and the drone followed the truck, a perfect line. Followed the truck, made the right-hand turn, and then made the right-hand turn into the yard. And I'm like, holy shit. And then I get out of the truck and I look out, and there it is sitting right there. And the controller was sitting on the dashboard. He didn't do a goddamn thing. I'm like, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
It's a follow mode. It's a follow mode. You have a guidance mode.
Hey?
Huh?
Is that Bean's old drone? Beans.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Bean? Oh, shit.
You're breaking.
Dude, I thought you went and got like $1 million internet. Where is that? You got that Elon Musk internet.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, you're breaking.
Man, you need to run down to the Legion so you get an airport. You get a fucking Wi-Fi signal.
Even you have a guidance mode, but Ryan, you have the map. You with your finger, you do what. Like you want the drone go over here, over there. Like you do with your finger, and then you leave it. The drone gonna do everything. Like you are in a mountain, you see that mountain over there, and you are here on a track. Like fucking good. I want the drone to go around of the mountain. So you have the map. You do a circle in the mountain. The drone gonna do that.
Yeah, you're right. It was Beans. It was actually Beans that had the drone. I bought it off of him. Yeah. Who we got here? I think it dampens on how high you fly if you have what license. It depends on how high you fly if what license you have. Well, I guess I'm about to find out, aren't I?
Yeah.
It's weight. It's all based off the weight. It's all based off the weight of the drone. When it's over a certain weight, and then you're talking about the commercial side of it, right? When you generate money, it becomes commercial. So it's the second part of the certification. It's no different to an airplane, right? You can't get your private pilot's license and then start charging money to fly people around. There's regulation to, the plane has to go through certain certifications to be able to do that, as well as you have to, go through the commercial licensing as well. So it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as planes.
That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. Yeah.
Realistically, Stuart, you think it's more of a cash grab than anything?
I think, yes, for the most part. I mean, I think there is an element of there is an element of safety to it. You can't have some dipshit going up to Miami International Airport on the flight path, freaking flying a drone. I mean, but there also, there comes to understand there is different types of airspace, right? You get different ratings of airspace, and you shouldn't be in that airspace anyway, right? With a drone or any, it's all regulated. So, but when you're selling the shit at Best Buy, any knucklehead can go in there and buy it, and they haven't taken the time to learn, So, and that's the problem, right? You've got to, if a drone took down a freaking, $100 million Boeing plane, you're never going to hear the end of it, right? So they've got to do something before it happens.
Well, hold on. They probably wouldn't have all these laws unless it already, because nobody would think of that when they first started using drones. The only reason they did this probably is because some point or another, somebody ran a drone into a plane. It doesn't have to be a big commercial plane, but I know for a fact that I can run this drone up probably as high as some of these little fucking Cessnas are flying up over my house.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to, I could bounce my drone off somebody's airplane.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh yeah. Even when you fly, when you open the app, you're gonna see the app tells you where is the airport.
Yeah.
When you see heads, you're gonna have the head. That's where the head goes like this.
Yeah.
That's where the airspace goes to for the airplane landing. And then you have the yellow. The yellow is gonna you see it's gonna be the airspace, and then it's gonna be divided for a longitude, like say 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers from the airport, something like that. So between that, you are allowed to, let's say, 150 meters, 200 meters, depend where you are. And on a head part, if you get caught, you go direct to jail.
Well, like I said, I have no intention of fucking around with airports, and I just want to use it for buzzing around at like a truck stop, or a shipping warehouse, or even my own house, or like I'm not going up to fucking airplane altitudes, and I'm using it as a tool for my channel. I have really no desire to, I'm not going to be running it down the street and looking in some old lady's fucking window to catch her with her cookies out or something like that, right? Although with the goddamn cameras on these things, the camera on this thing is so clear. Like I'm really impressed with how the clarity of the camera on this thing. I mean, literally, I could park it outside your bedroom window and film what you're doing in there. It's really impressive.
Yeah, it's true, man.
Yeah. So everybody send me their address. I want all your addresses.
I've got one of them big net guns. I'll just catch you in the net.
Yeah.
That's your drone, but wait, let's enter the device. Oh shit, wait. I have to put mine. I wanna
Stuart, when do you start rolling?
Probably a couple of week maybe. I don't pick the title up, so I got the truck in my possession. I got the lane hold thing, the release of the lane. The title didn't come in today. The title was meant to be in today. So I should get that Monday, get all that figured out. I got to. I'm doing the brakes, the airbags, the shocks tomorrow. I mean, that in itself, I'm saying the dealership wanted. I just went into the dealership and I was like, "How much are you going to charge me to do them items? Brakes, airbags, and shocks." They wanted nearly $3,000. I went in and said, "Hey, how much is the parts?" It's freaking like $1,100 by the time you take all the core stuff out, all the core charges. Right. So I'm just going to do it myself tomorrow. Get messed with that. I'm more than capable of doing that. I've got all the tools to do it. So
now, let me ask you: are you activating your authority again, or are you going to run it for somebody else?
I'm going to run for someone else, but I'm going to keep that on the down low right now. Exactly what I'm doing till I get across there and sort of go from there, and
yeah.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I can tell you that. I'm excited about it, and I think there's.
You don't want to jinx yourself.
You know what? There's shitbags on YouTube that, you know, can try and destroy stuff. And there's also, you know, sometimes it's best just to make some moves in silence and, you know, do the work behind the scenes and build a good foundation and sort of go from there, right? So it's, you know, it's a double-edged sword. You know, once I get in there and establish myself and, you know, get my routine down, then I'll talk about it some more, you know?
Yeah.
It's a shame that shit like that has to happen, though. It is. Now,
again, I kind of, sorry, Humberto and Robin, but I kind of want to talk to Stuart just for a second here. Do you have, like, you hear guys on YouTube and you hear different drivers and owner operators, and they sit there and they go, oh, yeah. I know what my fuel mileage is. I know what my cents per mile is. I know what. Do you have a program that you use? Like on a computer where you punch in, okay, I ran this many miles, I purchased this much fuel, this was my maintenance expense for the week, blah blah blah, and it spits out those numbers. Or are you still running those by hand?
So I have an Excel spreadsheet, and it's a live track. So each load that I do, you know, I'll plug it in and I'll put my deadhead odometer load, you know, the 3 different points. So I can see my percentage. T-Bone's seen it. He actually has a copy of it. I sent a copy to him. You know, whenever I do a repair, I put that number in. And so, as the month goes on, I can see, you know, when I fuel up, you know, it gives you, and at the end, you know, at the bottom, it's got a little section. It's showing me my current cost per mile. You know, what's my average rate per mile? You know, what's my percentage of deadhead? It's breaking everything down for me so I can see, you know, what's going on.
So it's actually running in real time, right?
Yes.
Like as you're entering the data, it recalculates the bottom number, correct?
Yep. You know, so I can tell you right off the bat, you know, and that's about as close as you're going to get. Right, you're not going to get much closer than that.
Right now, did you create this, or was this something?
No, I created it. I just did it on an Excel. Yeah, just did it on an Excel spreadsheet. And since I gave T-Bone a copy, I actually did like a 13th page. So it does like a summary of the year. So it has like a summary page on the front now, and adds them months together and takes like a yearly average of all the months.
Right.
So and I just built it myself. I can send you a copy if you want.
I was going to ask you, is this something you'd be willing to share with me?
Yeah. I'll pull it up and I'll email it to you.
You've got my email?
Is it on your YouTube channel? That's probably where I would look for it.
wheelburnerexpress@gmail.com.
Yeah, I'll pull it up and I'll send you a copy later on.
I'd really like to take a look at it. If you know, like I don't have it all on computer like that. Like I don't have an Excel spreadsheet. Mm-hmm. I keep a running toll in the truck, right? Mm-hmm. I'm still doing it like on paper and pen and paper, and just do the calculations only because I know how. But if I had a program and I was looking around to buy a program to download, and there are a couple versions, but it's not doing what I want. It's one of those ones it'll give you 500 things. Well, I don't need all of that. Mm-hmm. But if there's somebody out there like yourself, for example, that has one that is designed specifically just for truck driving, mm-hmm. I'd like to get my hands on it. So if you don't mind sharing it, man, I would.
And I can add stuff into it as well. Like if you have something, you know, like I've been thinking of and toying with the idea of putting time on the load as well. So like I can put a date and time in, you know, the time I get loaded, you know, and I could go as far as put the time I arrive at, you know, and start calculating detention as well. But that each thing I put in, it's now more data that I have to put in there, right? And there comes a point to where, is it really relevant to me to know how much detention that I'm getting? You know what? It might not be relevant to you, but it's worth money. No, it's worth money. I agree, but I'm writing it down and collecting it anyway. I'm not going to leave money on the table, but to know that, you know, I've got a 500. But to know that I've got 500 hours worth of detention this year, is that a relevant number? What I'm trying to figure out, what does that benefit me to know that I've had an increase of detention this month versus last month? What's my gain from that? You know, but I don't see the gain. The only thing that I can potentially say what I could do to maybe offset that was fight for your detention up front, but I'm doing that anyway. I'm trying to get my rate as high as possible and putting the broker in a situation. Hey, look, you pay me a little bit more on the rate instead.
I won't ask you for retention.
Yeah, crazy detention. But the reason I do that is Essexorials cannot be claimed on a bond. You know, when you file on a bond, if the broker said "fuck you," I ain't paying, I can still claim the line haul, but the bond, the detention, I can't. So if I've already got the detention in my line haul, he's just beefed that up. And it's just it's just the way he puts it on paper, right?
Sure.
So for me, it's more of a try and play them at their own game a little bit, more than anything else.
Okay, that's really cool. I'll take a look at it and see how it works. Because I've got it broken down on mine for everything, including my salary, right? My salary per day, I've got it broken down by the day, how much my salary is, my truck payment by the day, my fuel by the day. Like I've got all of that. Excuse me. I've got all of that figured out, but that's a lot of writing. I'll be honest with you.
But once you plug, and that's the thing, once you plug it in once, it's there, and it's there. It's just a plus or minus. You look at the bottom. Okay, you in the green or you in the black? Which one are you in?
Right.
And that's what's good about it. As long as you but once again, the fact that it's Excel, it's only as good as the data you put in. If you're not putting accurate data in, the data that comes out isn't accurate, So
you're going to pay for like Excel now. You buy a brand new laptop, you think you come with Word document. No, you got to pay for them.
Yeah, but Excel, I just pay for Excel on my phone and my iPad, and so I've got it in the truck. So as I'm doing, as I'm on the road, I just quickly, and I've got it I've got the program saved in a Dropbox. And so automatically uploads to everything, all of my computer systems.
Okay, so that was my next question. I don't keep a laptop in the truck with me, right? But I do have one of the new iPads, and I've got an iPhone. Now I can download this Excel onto my iPad.
Yeah, yep, I got it on my iPad, and then I saved that particular document, that Excel document, in Drop. You know what Dropbox is, right? Yeah. So, and I just have Dropbox on all of my systems. So, when I open it, automatically just updates everything for me, and so it's always up to date.
Okay.
It's all cloud based still. So, yeah, I mean, it works for me. It works for me. I can see it's a live trackable number.
Wow. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm looking at somebody's 18 Wheels is saying trucking office is the best. I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, that's another good one.
Is it?
It's a good one, yeah. I mean, I use the Excel spreadsheet and QuickBooks. They're my two,
right?
The two things that I use.
Right on. Okay. Well, I'm going to throw that because, like I said, I'm just getting a little tired. I don't want to be doing this. Trip number, the miles in, fuel, salary, truck payment. Fuck that. Enough. Enough. I should have done it probably fucking years ago. I've just been too stubborn, and I can do this my way. But if I want to get right down to it, I can get right down to it probably better with the spreadsheet than I can with your spreadsheet. Will probably be more accurate than my numbers will, because half the time I'm writing, I can't read my own handwriting, and I'm fucking tired. So,
Brian, look.
Hey, that's what you do as well.
A paper.
Yeah. Well, that's what mine. I've got a notebook, right?
On the left side, trip and miles of the trip, then the client, and then the time in and time out.
Yeah. I've been doing it like that for years, So I've always been able to keep an idea. Like I had a really good idea of, okay, this is what it's costing me per mile for fuel. This is what it's costing me per mile for maintenance. This is what it's costing me per mile for my salary. This is what it's costing me per mile, blah, blah, blah. Everything by the mile. And I was doing it daily, so I would know, but I'm just getting tired of it. If I can just plug it all in, then fuck it. Why would I use paper if I don't have to? And I've been waiting. I meant to ask you because I was talking to you last week, and I totally forgot. But I've been waiting for you to see you again, to talk to you about it. And I didn't want to do it on somebody because I saw you. I think I saw you on Sterling or something the other day, and I didn't want to talk to you on somebody else's channel. So I was kind of hoping that you'd have popped on here just so I could talk to you about that, because I figured that you'd have something.
Yeah, I'm actually going to send it to you. I'm actually just pulled it off. This was like my. I'm going to send you a little bit of a stripped down one. Yeah, okay, I say it's true. I've got some stuff in there with reefer and stuff with mine, like reefer hours and stuff. I'm going to send you this one, which this is back from like 17, like one of my first ones, which is pretty much the same. But I'm trying to figure out how to email it real quick. Okay, save the device. There you go. And then you can play with it.
But that is like divided by the day and everything? Like
no, this one isn't divided by the day. Okay. This is going to start controversy. I don't care too much about the day. That's just me. Because I'm, if I'm sitting, look, I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler. I'm not the guy that's going to sit at a truck stop for 2 days waiting for a good load to come along. I would rather take shit. I would rather take something for $1 a mile, cover my fuel, and get myself to a good area. That's just my mentality, and I know that. And that's just so I don't give a shit about the day. I mean, I know what I need to make a month. To me, a day is too small. A day, because I can make $100 today, right? But I can make $2,000 tomorrow.
Correct.
Yeah, you ain't making money. You ain't making money.
It's a day is too small of a time period for me.
The company I'm on with, he's the same way. He doesn't give a flying fuck about the day. It's at the end of the 7th day. It's the week. He watches the week, right? Because he'll average the week, then the next week, and the week, and then he'll run the month at the end of the month. So,
what did you say email was again?
wheelburnerexpress@gmail.com. What's going on, Spectre? How the hell are you, brother?
Where's Star? Can you put up a link, Star?
Is the link not up?
Well, I can't see it, so
it looks like shows that it's pinned.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and what I just sent you is from 2017, and with some brokers I was working with in 2017. It's got phone numbers on there, but everywhere there's information plugged in, you can just delete each cell and put relevant information into you.
Oh,
I heard about. Sorry, continue.
Did you get it already?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It shows me October, November, December.
Yeah, this is like I said. That was one of my first ones. Let me pull it up here. And if you scroll all the way, you can see all of like the fixed cost. I just put I know what my fixed costs are. And then my variable costs, etc.
Your fixed cost, your variable cost. Yeah, see, I know what all that is as well. I've got all that on paper as well.
Yeah. And I can add it in, if I get some, if I change my business model that particular, in November, I can then add that in and I can see throughout the year where it changes, right?
Oh, no shit. Look at that, eh? Holy fuck. You were making that kind of money back in 17?
Canadian grit.
Again?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was yeah.
You want to go into business with me? Fuck.
Well, I think that's shit. I mean, even in today's market, that's crap. I mean, I can do way better than that.
Yeah,
but don't forget one thing, Brian. You are paying like $100 in insurance a month. He's paying like $3,000. No, sorry, $100 a week. He's paying like $3,000.
For what?
Insurance. How much you pay insurance at this point now?
You don't want to know what I pay for insurance. It'll embarrass you.
My physical damage on that truck in the picture was $9,000 a year. Just the physical damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm saying a month. Like because
I pay $400 a month for my insurance.
Yeah. Whatever.
$400 a month. My company pays 3/4 of my insurance. I pay $400 a month.
Yeah, that's great.
That's
but
fucking
your company, But your company don't give you like the insurance free if you do like a certain amount of miles?
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Because
on that truck down there, $775 a month physical damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
On the blue truck there. No, I'm not paying that anymore. It's one of the reasons I got rid of it. It was too expensive to run.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality, you know. Yeah, I can't compete with, you know, now I've got a truck I actually technically don't even have to insure. I mean, if I don't want physical damage, I don't have to get it.
You don't have to.
You know, I mean, it gives me, in a bad market, it gives you a competitive advantage. You know, I can run for 20, 30 cents cheaper a month if I wanted to. I mean, it's stupid not to have insurance, even if I just insured it for 15 grand, you know?
Yeah. Look at that. Post-trip, Spectre's in his new truck. He picked up those new Western Stars with the fucking DD15s. He's in the new truck. He more than doubled his fuel mileage so far, and it's a hell of a lot more comfy. It's one of the, I'm going to gloat. I fucking told you so. I told you so. Look at that, Bri. Fucking Wheel Burner pats himself on the back.
I told you so.
There's not a lot that I could ever fucking tell Spectre because fucking the guy's got more brains in his fucking pinky than I got in my entire head. But that's one of those fucking things when he was going to buy those trucks and we were talking about it. It's like, dude, absolutely. So,
you know, it's funny, the Western dealership here in like Brandon, like 22 minutes away from here.
Oh, it's the 5700.
You never see trucks in there getting fixed. You never see trucks in there getting fixed.
Yeah, because it's the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's why. Trucks don't break down there because there's no trucks going there. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Basically Western Stars are now Freightliners, right? They are Cadillac Freightliners is all they are. They're a little more comfy, but from the frame, like with the exception of the cab itself and maybe the sleeper, the motors are DD15s or 13s, so they're all Detroits. They've all got the automated transmissions. They've all got, well, I don't know if Spectre got the autos. I'm not sure if he did or not. He probably got his for 13s, but and then they're all Freightliners. They're Freightliner they're Dahmer from from front to back. That's all they are. You just take the Western Star cab and bunk and you put it on there, and they're decked out a lot nicer and they are definitely more comfortable. But
it's Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen, and Bugatti. They're all the same fucking company.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Are they ex-Walmart trucks? Because I know he has. He has a thing for the Walmart trucks, the ex-Walmart trucks. Are they ex-Walmart trucks?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. 13 speeds with 308 gears. Yeah, I told him about those 308s. They are magic. Those are magical gears. Those fucking those fucking 308s. But it's a 13-speed manual, and I can promise you this: if they'd have come with the autos, the 12-speed auto with overdrive, if he's getting 8.5 out of it, he'd be getting 9. If he's getting 9, he'd be getting 9.2 out of it. I guarantee you. But I'm glad Spectre. I'm glad it's working out for you, dude. I'm really happy for you. Good for you. You know, they are comfortable as hell, eh? Those 5700 XEs. Talk about cozy. That's a comfy ride.
I want to sell my international to buy the 59 EX. Used one, of course, like 2019.
Yeah. IH says they're 100-mile-an-hour trucks. Well, you can. I've got the Cascadia, right? I've got the 308s with the 12-speed auto, and because it's a Detroit, they're high revving engines. At 75 mile an hour, I'm at 1470, around 1470 RPM at 75 mile an hour. So that's where I've got it cut. I've got it castrated. I think just for my own fucking right. I've got it governed at 75. but you can run that up to 90, 95 mile an hour, and you'll still only be at like 1,700 RPM, which that engine can handle, more than handle. No problem at all. Speaking of, there's the man himself. What's going on, brother?
What's up? It's quiet, ain't it? You don't hear no motor, do you?
You don't hear jack shit out of that Detroit, do you?
No, fuck no, dude. I can hear myself thinking this thing. I ain't got the stack right here in my ear making me deaf.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually parked here. I'll turn the cam on. There you go. Let's see here. There you go.
Yeah. That's plush, eh? They're nice inside.
Oh, very nice. It's cherry. Yep, it's all cherry wood.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you right now. I've said it in the past, and I'm actually really super convinced of it now. But I put in there. You said they were Freightliners, right? Western Stars pretty much are. I'm gonna tell you right now. No, they are not. They are far more superior than Freightliner. I mean, this truck. It runs. I mean, dude, it's like riding in a fucking Cadillac Seville. You just glide.
Yeah, but then hold on. The frame, the motor, the chassis, all of that is Freightliner, dude. The only thing is, you know why your ride is so plush is because underneath that sleeper, underneath that bunk, you've got. Whereas my truck has one shock and 2 airbags. You have 3 airbags and you have 2 shocks on your truck. That's why your ride is so plush. It's not your suspension that's smoothing out that ride.
Hey,
it's the pillow under your ass.
Well, hey, if that's the case, then I'll take it. Like I said, this thing, it rides so much better than a fucking Freightliner, and it is quiet. I'm still getting used to the fact of how well insulated it is, because the 2 trucks I got, they're sister trucks. They're like the VIN number is 1 digit apart, so they're sister trucks.
Damn. That's a freight shaker.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you what, man, this has got the 80-inch bunk, and I never knew how much of a difference 6 inches could make on a bunk.
Yeah,
but it's huge.
Now, do you mind telling what you're doing for fuel mileage? Because I know what you were getting out of the old one. So what are you doing out of the new one?
Well, this one, I've mainly been riding bobtail around, and I'll give you bobtail numbers. When I was bobtail in that big 4900 EX, I'd get about 6.5 to 7 at 70 mile an hour. In this one, I'm getting like 13.5, 14 miles an hour. And now, when I was pulling a load with the 4900, it was 3.5 to like 4 miles a gallon all day long.
Yeah.
With this one, I'm anticipating anywhere probably 7.5 to 8 at least, depending on.
No, you're gonna do better than 8.
Well, I'm gonna find out tomorrow. I'm actually gonna put a heavy load on it because I want to see.
Should we put bets on this? I can say 8.3.
Yeah.
No, I'm anticipating he's going to be over 8, just based. Even though he's got a manual, I'm still going to say he's over 8 because you only get.
I can change my bet to 8.6.
You're gonna run the manual. Once you get up onto highway speed, you set the cruise control. Dude, I'm telling you, you're going to be 8 miles per gallon plus.
Yeah, I'm going to find out. I'm going to keep you updated because I'm interested to see. $10
on 8.6.
I've been super impressed with it so far, with both of them, and I'm going to tell you what, man, they are nice.
Now, how are you finding it? There's no drafts in it anywhere. I know that the 57s had problems with a draft coming in through the fucking boot box. Nothing?
Hell no, nothing, dude. Dude, I'm having to crack it's like 30 degrees out here, and I'm having to crack the windows because it's so well insulated. I'm like, I'm burning up in here. I'm like, fuck.
That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the APU, the bunk heater. I don't have the bunk heater on, but just from my body heat and I got my dogs with me, and it's hot in here. Like, I got the windows open and shit, and it's like.
No shit.
Yeah.
Man, I am so glad that worked out for you. I am so glad that worked out for you.
Because we did, like, literally, I mean, Brian, me and you talked about it. I went over and over and over. Even the guy that was, we were financing, I worked with him on a lot of equipment, and we were doing the math on it for what they were selling them to us for, and then what we were spending in fuel. We went back like 2 months for fuel cost alone. And just to give you a good example, in that 4900 for what we're running, I was burning anywhere from $2,500 to $3,000 a week in fuel, right? And I was fueling like every day, and depending on what I was hauling, I might have to fuel twice a day just because I couldn't put on a lot of fuel.
Right.
And that was at the fuel mileage like 3.9. You know, that's what my IFTA said last quarter was 3.9. Now, based on the lifetime fuel mileage of this truck, which when we pulled it up and looked at it, it said it was like 8.2, something like that. I think, you know, somewhere in there is what it said lifetime so far.
Yeah.
I think I can get more out of it because I'm not one of them guys that's got to burn the road up if I don't have to. But even with that said, even based on the lifetime fuel mileage, with what I will be saving in fuel versus what I was spending, I will be able to pay for both of these trucks based off of one truck's fuel savings alone.
Right.
On one.
Question. Did you go back and look at before fuel prices jumped up? If you go back to before fuel prices jumped up and see what the dollar of savings would be when fuel was more reasonable, did you take a look at that as well?
Yeah. I actually went back. Like when fuel prices were down, that 4,900 would easily burn anywhere between 1,700 to 1,800 bucks a week.
Yeah.
I mean it just was. I mean, yeah, just a big fucking 14-liter Detroit. Just she'd suck the fuel, you know. And if you know, fuel prices keep dropping. I know the Cascadias that we were running on the fleet when the fuel prices were down, maybe $1,000.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see what these will do. I mean, both of them are 13 speeds, 308 gears.
Again in the States, the fuel prices, like they dropped for a little bit here where I am, and then they just fucking skyrocketed.
Well,
again.
they're playing games here. It's all a game here. It'll start out the first of the week. It'll say, okay, it's dropping like 13 cents, and then by like Tuesday or Wednesday, it goes back up 5 cents, another 3 cents, another 10 cents, and then it drops back down. And you're still at the end of the week, you're still up like 2 cents from the beginning of the week. It's all a game. It's all a game. So,
okay, Spectre, to put this into perspective. Okay.
Yep.
My truck I've got two 135 tanks, right? So I hold 270 gallons.
Right.
So 270 gallons, and I don't run it much under a quarter. So if I fill the truck down to just say under a quarter, but before the fuel light comes on,
right,
that'll run me 2,100 miles.
Okay.
So take a look at that when you start. I don't know what size tanks you have. If you got the 300, if you're holding 300, you know 150 a side.
Yep.
You could be upwards of, you know, because you're holding 30 more gallons than I got. You could be upwards of, you know, 2,300 miles on a tank of fucking fuel. And dude, remember, I run a lot of Jersey and East Coast, so I'm up and down hills, and I'm heavy, right? I'm usually I'm not heavy going down. I'm usually anywhere between 8,000 and 25,000 going down, but coming back up out of the Port of Newark. Bro, I'm 46,000 pounds coming up and down those hills.
Right. Yeah.
On the one round trip, I'm at about 8.5, 8.6.
Right.
Which I'm pleased to fucking punch with. Right.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, both of these trucks, they got the twin 150. So yeah, we're holding 300 gallons of fuel. With what we run in a week, I'm anticipating, because we do have the APUs, which is amazing. I love having an APU.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I'm anticipating, you know, which, you know how it goes. Anticipation is kind of like an opinion, you know, and it's an asshole. You can be made to look like an asshole or you're successful. But
right.
I'm thinking that with the 300 gallons of fuel, with the miles that we put in, that if I top off both tanks at the beginning of the week, I won't need to touch it all week. I might have to maybe throw a splash in, but I shouldn't.
To get you home.
Yeah, I shouldn't need much more than that.
That's a good deal, eh?
Yeah. Oh,
that's a good deal.
I told the wife. The wife took a couple days ago out of town and visited a friend of hers, and I was leaving the house, and she was like, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "I am actually excited to get back into a fucking truck. It's been a long time since I have truly been 100% excited to go just drive again, because she's like, well, why is it different now? And I'm like, well, one, I'm going to be able to keep more of what I'm making. Number two, I'll be able to hear myself fucking think, and I can have a conversation with somebody and not feel like I'm yelling over them because I got stacks. You know, look, I'll tell you right now, anybody who talks about the hood game, hoods are overrated at this point for me. I can hear. I don't have two stacks that are in my ear, blaring all the fucking time. and this truck's just a lot more comfortable, man. It just
Yeah.
is, and I'm excited about it.
I like the fact that, you know, I can be doing 70 mile an hour down the highway, and I can roll the window down a crack, and I can still talk on the phone, and you can't hear a goddamn thing.
Exactly. I ain't having to hear over the turbo. I don't have to hear the air breathers. I don't have to hear the fucking stacks in my ears.
Yeah.
There is a lot to be said for these
Just the wind noise. It's just the wind noise too. Like there's no wind noise.
Yeah.
I was impressed as all hell. Like I was most impressed when I had the Volvo. Like that thing there, you could drive around with both windows down and you can still. Yeah. But the Freightliner, I was impressed that there's no wind noise, there's no like whistling, there's no like fucking nothing. Yeah. It's like a bullet, goddamn bullet through the air.
And I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if y'all can see me. Can y'all see me okay?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm 6'5", guys. And in that 4900, the ceiling's right here, right? This right here. There is something to be said when I can just sit here and take my long ass and go like this, right here.
Yeah.
It's the little things in life that you're just like, this is nice, right here.
Dude, I love it. I love it because even from the driver's seat in the Cascadia, I can reach straight up, and I've got a ledge right up here, right? Yeah. I can reach up and grab that ledge and pull myself up if I want it. It's like fucking beautiful. If I wanted to get out of the seat, I had to turn sideways, bend over, and walk into the sleeper. The Cascadia or your 5700 there, you can just stand up and walk in. You have to duck.
Oh yeah, I'm just stand up. See, when I'm walking in the back. So,
yeah, that's nice, eh?
Dude, I mean, it's a lot of people will knock me because I say it, and I'll say it because I've driven both. I've driven a hood and an aero truck. There is something to be said for comfort in having your big ass be able to stand all the way up.
Yeah,
it just is. You know,
I absolutely agree.
So,
T-Bone.
Damn it, man.
Yeah.
I think T-Bone's having technical difficulties.
Yeah, T-Bone's got him a 5700 too, so they're nice trucks, man. Anybody
are you in that truck now,
yeah, I'm in that truck now. I will agree that I will give you the suspension or the suspension in the frame because it does say airliner on it. But everything other than that, I'm gonna tell you right now, Western Stars are leaps and bounds ahead of fucking Cascadias. And I'm gonna tell you something else. As far as aero trucks on the road go, you cannot beat a 5700. You just can't. They look good.
Oh, they look awesome.
They kept those lines of the traditional truck, and it looks amazing. So
I love the way they look.
Yeah.
I don't think they're quite as aerodynamic as say the Volvo or the new T680 or the Cascadia, but they are sexy as hell.
Oh, they are.
As long as it's not a Tesla.
Yep. But I do. I think this was a smart investment. I'm not gonna ever turn back on it. And dude, she's gonna put a lot of money back in my pocket. That's all I know.
Well, when you can look
your camera.
Turn my camera.
There you go.
There you go.
Here, turn it this way. There.
When you can look at it in a sense, whereas the fuel savings from two trucks is going to pay for one of them.
Yeah.
That's a win-win, dude.
Oh, it is.
Is all that noise coming from me, or is that somebody else?
No, I think it's coming from. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming from Umberto.
Okay, I was wondering. I was like, is that me?
Is that better?
Yeah, better.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I heard you talking about
I had to mute you.
I was muted this whole time thinking it was me. I was like, and I could still hear it. I was like, it can't be me.
No.
And Stuart will tell you, Stuart had a Pete, and I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with hoods, nothing wrong with them at all. But I will tell you, when your ass starts getting older, and you start really missing some of the little shit, riding in quiet,
you can do that right
mileage,
there.
And fucking being able to stretch these old bones out. There is something to be said for the little things in life.
Hey, look,
you go full circle, man.
When I crawled out of that 97 W9, and I got into that Cascadia, I thought everybody called me crazy. Everybody called me crazy, going, "You're absolutely out of your fucking mind. Like you keep that W9 and da da da." But no, even though I wasn't making a truck payment, I owned the truck outright. And even though I was not making a truck payment, even buying the Cascadia, even with the $2,000 a month truck payment, the fuel savings, I'm still putting $1,800 to $1,900 a month more in my pocket.
Exactly.
Making a $2,000 a month fucking truck payment.
Exactly. And you know, I preach on that. I think me going through the hood phase, which that truck was my dream truck. I always wanted a 4900. My grandfather drove one.
Yeah.
You know, upstate New York, around, you know, Canadian, doing log country farming and stuff. I think I went through that phase in order to teach me a lesson, because when I first got into this, I was all about efficiency. That's why I'm really big on Detroit, Freightliner and stuff like that. And I still am.
Yeah.
But it really came home to roost when the fuel prices spiked. I really started tracking it, and I was like, okay, I'm making good money, but what can I change to keep more of it? And honestly, the only thing that I could change, better fuel mileage.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could change. So how do I have to change that? I gotta retire old girl and get a truck that gets better fuel mileage. That's just the way it is.
Okay, so let me ask T-Bone. You got the 57 as well?
Yep.
And what do you do on fuel mileage for that?
I'm doing I don't know, 6.5 to mid 7s. Yeah, that's a 65 to 68.
Yeah.
But I was about to say, I came in as y'all were talking about how many miles you're running on a tank of fuel. I've got 2 100-gallon tanks, and I can get about 1,000 miles out of a tank of fuel.
Out of one tank or 200 gallons?
200 gallons. But I also fill up between a quarter and a half too. So.
Okay. Yeah. So you're probably looking at more like 150 gallons is what you're running, probably. 150.
Yeah, I've got two 100-gallon tanks. Yeah.
When you fill up, how much are you putting in? Like when you normally fill up, is it like, because you're not putting 200 gallons in, you're probably what, 150, 170?
You know what? Yeah, I'm usually putting between 100, 120. So
yeah.
So about
I fill up between 800 and 1,000 miles, somewhere in that ballpark, depending on what I got going on.
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, his IFTA report last quarter, I think it was at 7.2, 7.5, somewhere in there.
It was 7.3, I think.
7.3. Now, keep in mind, T-Bone ran a lot of the gorge up and down 77, 26, stuff like that, because he was going down in a little corner of South Carolina down there. But still, I mean, look, I'm basing a fuel gain off of a hood at an average of 3.5 miles to the gallon.
Yeah.
If I get 7, that more than doubles it, okay? And
right.
When you're spending $2,500 to $3,000 a week in fuel, and if I could cut that in half, oh my God! In 1 week, 1 week.
Yeah.
Spectre, you should be driving down the highway, jerking off with both hands at all times. You really should.
I honestly, just between us and those watching, I actually did that earlier. I was over here I had a leg cocked up on the fucking on the dashboard, and I let it go.
Next thing you know, T-Bone, next thing you know, you're going to be posting a video of Spectre going down the road with his flip-flop up on the fucking handle.
Right?
His phone in his ear. He's got one hand draped over the steering wheel. He's got his foot up on the thing with his flip-flop on. And
no, that won't be my video. That's Ike's gig there.
Okay, well, Ike will have it. Yeah, for sure, eh?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's something a lot of people, if that's a teachable moment, there you go. Use my journey in a hood where I got a dream truck. I was making good money. No complaints about the truck. No complaints. I'm making great money. I just had to figure a way out. How can I keep more of it? Because I'm greedy. And that was it. And like I said, doing the math and over. And I talked to you a lot about it, Ryan. I talked to T-Bone, and just really, really digging into it. I was like, in 1 week, I can save over $1,500 in 1 week.
Yeah.
That's not greedy, dude. That's just being good. That's just good business sense.
Yep.
Right? That's
and you guys aren't running a shit ton of miles either.
No, we don't. I think I've run the most miles I've run doing what we're doing now has been about 23 to 2,500. So
think how much money you left on the table. You go back to 2020, the rates were freaking stellar, and how much money you just left on the table, man.
You want to know? Yeah. You want to know how much money I would save? How much, like, between this truck, because The guy I get to help me with my equipment, he's a math genius, right? We were going through it. I went through it in 12 weeks versus what this truck is predicted to get, right? If it gets a 7.5, right? If it gets at 7.5 miles a gallon versus what I spent over the course of 12 weeks, you want to know how much money I left on the table that I could have put back in my pocket?
I'm going to say it's probably close. I bet it's close to paying for the truck.
$52,000.
Yeah. Yeah. I said 30. I'm thinking 30 grand, but 52 grand.
Yep, $52,000 is what I blew out the stack compared to what this truck should get at 7 versus what I will save with this truck at the mileage it's predicted to get.
Yeah, yeah. I was all about once I saw the numbers and saw the predictions and in Ronin, like ET Transport, where I was doing those videos and everything there. Ronin was very good. He was showing stuff about his fleet that I had access to that the average person didn't have. And I could see what certain trucks, makes, models, and years were doing, the miles they were running, the loads they were pulling. And here I am in this W9 getting, 3.5 to 4 miles per gallon. Like I get 5 miles per gallon rolling downhill with the engine shut off with a sail up in the wind behind me.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's 5 miles per gallon, right?
Yep.
Right now I'm doing 8.5 to 9 miles per gallon, pulling 40 grand.
Yep.
I was a firm non-believer because I had it set in my head that, well, I was making up a difference because I didn't have a truck payment.
Yeah.
So I was still coming out the same, and I was so wrong.
Yeah.
I was so wrong. And I actually, he showed it to me and he's like, well, no. And I was stubborn. I was going, no, I still ran that truck for another couple of months going, oh, fuck this. And then I decided, okay, enough. And like yourself, I was doing, I'm leaving probably $10,000 a month just laying out there.
Yep.
A month, just leaving it out there. And I'm like, what am I doing?
As long as my math and predicted math is right, this truck, I should be able to pay off one of these trucks in 8 months or less alone.
Yeah, good for you.
8 months or
good
less.
For you.
And of course, the fuel savings alone. Oh my God, dude! You figure $1,500 a week over the course of a year. That's a huge chunk of change.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing was I'd get out of that W9. I'd walk into the shipper and the girl behind the desk or whatever go, hi, can I help you? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm here to pick up for, oh, sorry.
Right.
I'm fucking deaf as a post from having two stacks, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude,
or I come walking in the house, I'm yelling at everybody, and Dar's like, would you shut the fuck up? You can talk, right?
Exactly. That's what my wife tells me. That's what she was telling me. Oh, God.
I was talking to Spectre when he was driving one of them trucks back. He goes, it's so weird. I can hear. I don't have to yell.
Right?
Yeah.
I was driving earlier. Somebody called me and they said, what's wrong? I said, I think my mind is in shock because I can just talk.
Yeah.
I could talk. And I'm sure you probably noticed it. Like even in some of our your past feeds when I was driving and I just come on and I would think back and I'm like, was I yelling? Did them people really think I'm angry? I mean, because to me, when I was in the truck, I'm trying to talk over the fucking stacks, just like you said, and I think back on that stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, but like I said, there's something to be said for the
it's like
things,
I can hear the radio.
Exactly, I can hear the radio.
Craziest trucking story. Everyone, let's start with Brian. The craziest trucking story. I have one too, but
yeah.
But
craziest
trucking story.
Dude, that happens to me daily, man. You gotta be you're out.
Your craziest one, man. Your craziest one. Come on, you have one that sticks with you.
The YouTube channel is Trucking with T-Bone. It's posted daily, weekly, whatever.
Yeah. Craziest trucking was watching the guy step out in front of a 379 Pete. And he stepped back as the Pete went by. He was walking off the curb. And then I came around the corner and he stepped out. The truck went by and he wasn't paying attention. He stepped back out off the curb and he got smoked by a shunt truck and literally watched this guy's head go like that. Like just. That's probably the nastiest thing I've seen because it happened like right in front of my eyes. I saw it.
Okay, next. Who else? Come on, somebody.
I'll go because that reminded me of one.
Okay.
I was running Amazon. And I was going from Grand Rapids over to like Chicago. I was running on 196.
Oh God.
And you remember this, Spectre, right?
Yeah.
And down the road, I seen a tractor trailer swerve. I was like, what was that all about? And then there was a car between it and me, and this was a pretty good distance. And then that car swerved. And then I seen some flashing lights on the shoulder. So it's like, oh, okay, there's somebody on the shoulder. So I got over in the hammer lane. And as I got closer, there was a guy dancing in the interstate around the zipper. And he took like 3 steps toward my truck as I was coming up on him. And I was like, holy shit. So somebody was dancing in the interstate. I don't know if they were trying to do suicide by truck or what, but I don't know if they were doing suicide by truck or what, but I got a dash cam and scared the shit out of me. That's like 2 o'clock in the morning.
We had a guy last Wednesday that worked for us. He had a jumper come off on him. It missed his truck, but it bounced off the top. The body bounced off the top of the fairing and went down in between the back of the truck and the trailer. It killed the jumper instantly.
Oh wow!
But he jumped off. It was just up on Highway 17, up just in northern Ontario here. Didn't happen to me, but it was one of the guys in our fleet. It was like, Jesus, if you're gonna die, that's not the way you want to do it, man. Let me tell you.
I haven't had anything like that yet. I'd say probably the craziest one I had was 3 years ago. I used to haul hay for a veterans therapy farm. I take them hay every so often. And it's funny when I think back on it, but at the time I was so pissed off. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning down on I-40, just outside of Wilmington, North Carolina, down by the beach. Dark as hell. I was tired, and I was like, look, I'm ready to get there. So I did. I hammered it down. I was running about 75 miles an hour. Out of nowhere, this big fucking deer comes across the road. I hit his ass square, dead on, boom. And I just, all I saw was steam and everything else start to go. And I'm like, first thing that went through my mind, it wasn't, okay, I'm okay. My first thing that went through my mind was that bitch better be dead. I got the truck stopped. I got the truck stopped, and I realized, okay, the radiator's fine. What I saw was the air conditioning and shit. I bet I walked back up the road about a half mile. I saw the blood where I hit him in the road, but guess what I didn't see? No deer. No deer.
Still gone.
No deer. I was like, that had to be like a T-1000 of deer.
That reminds me, I did hit
I'm from the prairies, man. I'm from Manitoba. Like, that happens all the fucking time. Like, you don't find the deer out there.
Dude, I smoked a deer in Dar's Honda Civic.
Yeah.
A Civic. I smoked a fucking deer, and we hit the deer, took it out right at the legs. The legs went out. The legs went that way. The deer went up around, took out the passenger side mirror, crumpled in the bumper, and did the rad. But the deer went over the complete flip over the car. Landed, got up. Basically, the deer got up, looked at me like, you asshole, and walked away.
Right?
Yeah. Rode off the whole front of Dar's car, because it's a Civic, right? A little Honda Civic Sport. But the deer didn't even have a limp. The fucking thing turned around and looked at me like, you're an asshole. Thanks, pal. And just walked
crossing here. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like
I did get a black bear once.
You think that's bad, man? Like, you guys don't have them down there, but come try fucking around with a moose.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I've seen some videos of moose.
Okay, come fuck around with a moose because when the moose comes up and he can rest his head on the hood of your truck and his antlers and his head are halfway up the hood of your truck.
Yep.
That's a big. You hit that thing, man. You're getting a brand new truck. You're writing the truck up.
I got one probably about 3 years ago. I was driving along. I can't remember where I was at. But some guy was coming up next to me, and it was one of them games. He was like half a mile an hour quicker, so he'd been back at the back and he's gradually making his way up. And I was being an asshole and wasn't letting out of it. Well, this deer comes out of nowhere, and I couldn't swerve. Right, I wasn't doing anything. So he comes out, and I catch his back legs on my left side of the truck. And this deer's doing like a pirouette. By this time, the guy's up by like right next to me and just nails the deer. Like he didn't even see it coming. He's got this deer like pretty much on his windshield and just nailed it into next week.
You hit another car, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I just carried on going. I was like, well, I didn't hit him. I hit the deer.
Brian, did you see that photograph I sent you with that when my pal Paul he hit that pheasant?
I didn't see it. No, what happened?
I've sent you a photograph on an email. Yeah, well, nearly a year ago, right?
Oh, dude, I can't remember what I ate for dinner tonight. Never mind what you sent me a year ago.
One of the lads who were driving with, he ate a pheasant.
No, I don't. You know what, dude? I am sorry.
His windscreen. Decided his windscreen, and he pulled up, ran out looking for a pheasant. He was going to have it for tea.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you another good reason I love this truck too is I don't know if y'all can see him back here. You see the white guy back here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my service dog right there. He wasn't able to ride in that hood because his.
He was blended in with the sheets. I couldn't see him.
Yeah, he's an Amstaff, and he's got a big chest on him, but he could never get up into that hood, but he can get into
there.
This
He
one.
is.
So, and I'll tell you right now.
Oh, look at that, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask. You have a Dyneto also or no?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a Cowboys helmet back there.
No, that's a Panthers. You go choke yourself for saying that. But I'll tell you what, I've had him since
there you go.
I've had him since he was 12 weeks old, and I want to tell you, he got up in here today. And it got a little emotional because I didn't realize how much I missed him riding with me. So
yeah,
I'm glad to have him back with me.
That's the photograph.
Okay, I see it, Robert. Yeah.
That was a pheasant. That was Paul's truck, and he hit a pheasant.
I didn't think about it till y'all started talking about deer, but I did take out a black bear once.
If you look at it, you can actually see its body and its wings. Look.
Oh no shit! Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it whacked a pheasant. He jumped out, went looking for it. Went looking for the pheasant, couldn't find it anywhere. He's like, "Oh, I'm having that thing."
What do you mean, Heather?
Hold on a minute, Robert Stewart. Translate what the hell he just said.
He was having he went out and looked for it. And he was having it for dinner.
I love Robert to death, but holy smokes.
T-Bone, you're lucky it was a black bear, because if it was a grizzly, you wouldn't be standing there talking to us.
Oh, I was fairly new in my career, and I was telling my trainer about it because he came out of the left lane was closed over on 79 in West Virginia. And he came out of the median through the barrels. And I was telling my trainer about it. He's like, well, did you go back and get it or look at it? I'm like, hell no.
You fuck no.
If he's pissed off, if I didn't kill him, he's going to wear me out.
It's terrible.
Dark and about 9 o'clock at night. It's all dark and shit. No.
Yeah, that's the problem with big game like that. If you don't kill it and then you go back to it, they'll go after you. It'll be enraged. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't tell it. I wasn't sure what I hit at first, and then I realized once I realized what I hit, it didn't seem that big. So I thought, well, shit, Mom might be around, and she's really gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
You know?
Talking about Robert bird hitting the windshield. My best friend Andy, he had a seagull come right through the windshield of his W9, the passenger side. Yeah. The seagull hit the windshield, came right through the windshield and landed right in his passenger seat. Now the bird was all mangled and shit, but it was still alive, and it was like twisting and flapping, and so he's got this fucking seagull, and he's on the 401 going into Montreal, just about to cross the Quebec line. He's doing 70 miles an hour, and this fucking seagull is out on this side of the truck, just going crazy, feathers and blood and shit flying everywhere. And he's fucking lucky. He's absolutely lucky.
That happened to a buddy. Well, it wasn't a buddy, but I got a buddy that owns a bus company. He wasn't driving, but had a bald eagle come through the right side of the tour bus. You know, he does all these tours like kind of tour bus. But it came through the right-hand windshield and landed on the steps. And it was a big ass ordeal. They had to call the game wardens and everybody else before they could even move the bus after that.
Yeah.
It was like, don't move. We'll come get him, take care of it, whatever.
Those are big goddamn birds too, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They're fucking huge. We have them here. They're a big bird.
What?
You okay there, Robin?
I had a bird go through the fucking air filter. And I'm sitting there like, what's this ticking in my fucking engine? And I fucking take the air filter, cover it up, open it up, and this bird flies out.
Robin's thinking of it. A big yellow thing flying out.
I can't survive that.
I'm just sitting here looking at Spectre's fucking truck. That thing's like a goddamn palace.
Dude, it's nice.
What I like the Western studies, the wood, like the cabinets, everything is wood. Like it's fantastic.
Yeah. It's cherry. Yeah, all the wood in here is cherry. I found
feels like you are at home.
Doesn't that add weight?
Yeah.
Doesn't that add weight though? Like that shit's got to be heavy though.
You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna get a good weight on it tomorrow, but from what I understand, these trucks are relatively light. But I'll tell you right now, there was actually one piece in the other truck where the CB and where your radio goes, right? That's a cherry inlay around it, right? Well, I went to get one ordered to go ahead and replace it. I'm gonna tell you what. You want to know how much that real wood is expensive as hell right now. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah.
That little part, the part that goes around your CB and your radio, it's cherry, just like the rest of the wood in here. $930.
Fuck, man.
Wow.
Dude.
Mine's metal.
Did you say $930?
Yes. I
Dude,
told them I'll go cut a cherry tree down. I was like,
I got one laying out here.
yeah.
You crack or bust one of those cabinets back there, you don't want to see what it's going to cost you to replace that.
No, I mean it's all solid. I mean, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's not that fiberboard. That's fucking wood.
I know.
My cabinets and all are wood, but as far as that piece you were just talking about and the dash and stuff, it's all it's metal with that cherry look to it or whatever.
Yeah. And it is. I mean, I'm used to the Cascadia sleepers. I think mine on the Cascadia I had was like a 72-inch bunk.
Yeah.
I want to say this has got to be 80, maybe a little bit bigger. It's at least 80. And I'm gonna tell you what, man. 8 inches.
82, I think.
Is fucking that makes a difference.
8 inches. Yeah, you're
I mean,
good luck.
That's huge. That's huge. That makes a lot of difference, and it is. It's fucking a lot of room.
Spectre, you know how you tell the difference is when you sit on your bed and like you're just sitting there.
Yeah.
And look where your feet are. Right. When I had the Volvo, right, it had a 78-inch bunk, right?
Yep.
And then you sit there and your feet would be where they would sit. Now I've got the Cascadia. When I sit on my bunk in the same spot, my feet, the toes of my feet are between the seats, right? With the Volvo, and it's only a 6-inch difference, but that 6 inches back actually
you have to explain how tall you are first, Brian, before you start talking about that.
When you add that turn that into square footage, it makes a big fucking difference.
Oh yeah, like I already checked that. I could literally, dude, I could sit back here. Like I said, I'm 6'5". I could sit on my bunk, straighten my legs out, and they don't even come close to the fucking seats. I'm like, this is nuts.
Yeah, I think it's 80. If I remember correctly, they're 82-inch sleepers.
Yeah, it's like.
I tell you right now.
So.
Now, just think about this. I don't know if you've ever had one, but the Kenworth Studios are 86.
Yeah, I've seen one. I haven't had one, but I've seen them.
Those are fucking massive inside. Like you could put a stripper pole, and a disco ball up and still have room to swing a cat around. It's like, Jesus. That's a lot of real estate back there.
God damn.
But aren't they under the park?
I think I could cab around in a duck cab over.
I had a friend of mine. He had a T660 or a T6 660, and he had the studio on it. And that thing was so big. He had the couch in the back, and he'd sleep on the bunk up top. And it was so big that he took it into a place up here called 12 Gauge Customs. They ripped the upper lining out of the top of it, put a whole new liner in, and he had like a 40-inch flat screen, Sony Bravia flat screen, and he had it on a remote. He could push the remote, and the arm would bring the TV down.
Yeah.
And then when you didn't want to watch it, it would tuck it back up, and it would fit right up on the top of the ceiling. And he could literally sit on the couch with popcorn and watch like a fucking TV right there. And like this is comfort.
Yeah,
like this is comfort.
I always wanted a TV on the ceiling.
Oh,
That-
dude.
My God. I don't know
That
what
one is the XC, correct?
seen a video
Yep,
or
XC.
anything like that.
Okay, it's an 82-inch sleeper. 82.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. It's definitely
82-inch
a bit of-
sleeper is the same. I have 80 on my international. You have 2 more.
International. Fuck off, you got an 80-inch.
It's
Are you
nice. I'm
kidding me?
blessed. I'm thankful. I'm very thankful, and I'm very
Oh
grateful.
yeah, there's that, and looks very homey, like what at home, like that
Yeah.
hood and everything is so nice.
Oh, dude, I can already tell you, like my stress level, like usually when I leave the house, my stress level starts climbing immediately. This time, no. I was just like, this is gonna be nice.
Spectre, what APU you got on that?
This one's got the tri-pack. It's got the tri-pack on it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got the
Not
tri-pack. Yeah. I haven't had very good luck with tri-packs. Usually it's the carriers, or if this one ever takes if this one does just take a shit, I'll probably be going with a green. But so
That's
far,
where I'm going next.
you
As
know,
many problems if I had.
Yeah, so far so good.
Like, great.
But I do appreciate the tri-pack. I like the bunk heater. I've had experience with the carriers. I'm not a big fan of the carriers. I just am not. If I had to pick an order of APUs, it would be the green, tri-pack, and then carrier would be as a last resort. So
yeah, I know Nevada's had good luck with his.
Yeah,
he's got the green. He's got the green. He's had a couple little hiccups with it, but I think the great thing about it is you don't have to take it back to green to get it fixed. You can go into fucking any auto parts place and pick up parts for the goddamn thing as long as you got the part number.
Yeah, correct. Well, they give you a part when you get one.
Right.
They give you the part thing, and basically, like for example, they're the alternator on them. It's from a fucking Toyota. It's a Toyota alternator.
Yeah.
You can go into any auto. Basically, you can go into any AutoZone or any part store, right, and get everything you need to do that repair on your own.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it was last time, but I had an issue with mine. Damn, Thermo King kept me there for like 12 hours or some shit working on mine, and it was something retarded. First they couldn't get it to turn on. I was like, well, did you check the switch on the dash because it's got a kill switch on it? They turned the kill switch off and didn't turn it back on to try and fire it back up. They were like, why can't we get it to start? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Yep. That's the one. I'd say that's the biggest drawback to like Thermo King and then also Carrier as far as anything that they make is everything they have, they keep it fucking secret because it's like proprietary. I'm like, come on, guys. I mean,
yeah.
You go in there, they hook their computer to it, and they're like, oh, it's a fucking water pump. What? If you could, can I diagnose that?
Technicians. They're not called mechanics anymore. They're called technicians. Well,
yeah, like mine right now. It's got I forget what the board was called that's out, but one of the main boards is out, and they bypassed it. That's the only reason mine's running right now.
Yeah,
it's because they bypassed it. That thing was out of stock, and that thing was what $1,500 or something for that board.
Those carriers, the carrier and the tri-pack and everything. If something goes wrong with it, does it throw a code?
No, well, it'll like on the Thermo Kings, right? you got that little control panel, and what'll happen is you'll get that triangle, right?
A flash
triangle.
Yeah, and it'll flash. Well, it'll tell you, okay, that's telling you I got a problem. It either won't start or it will start, it'll cut off, whatever. You cannot find out the true problem unless you hook a fucking computer up to it. It's got like a little landline that's run to the box under your bunk most times.
Right.
And you have to have Thermo King's fucking program. You hook your computer to it, or they do it, and it'll tell them exactly what the fuck's wrong with it.
How many of you guys have a decoder with you?
It don't work. It don't work that. It don't work that way with the Thermo King or the Tri-Packs, or Thermo King or the carriers. Dude, people have tried it and tried it and tried it and tried it.
So it's not worth buying a decoder.
Nope.
Yeah,
nope, it's just got it all.
I think Nevada had an issue with his. I think he even put a video out, and it gave him the problem. Like, he didn't have to take it to Green APU to figure out what was fucking wrong with it. It's sort of like with the Wabassos, you know, when there's something wrong with your Wabasso, your light will flash, but it'll flash in a certain sequence. So 3 quick flashes and 2 slow, this, 1 flat, whatever like that. And I think the Green APU does that. And then he ended up phoning. It was on a holiday weekend or something. He phoned Green APU, phoned it in, told the guy what it was, and he goes, and they actually answered the phone, right? Their service center actually answered the fucking phone, took his
a real person.
Diagnosed it, and he walked into, I think, an O'Reilly's or something, and he got the part he needed, and he had it fixed within a day, and it was like a $40 fix or something silly like that.
Yeah,
that's kind of why I'm leaning towards it, because, you know, they're just a matter of convenience.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know about the longevity of them because they haven't been out in the market long enough. They've only been out for what, 2 years?
Well, hold on a minute. Now, as far as longevity goes, see, that's a big misconception. That's where you got to kind of understand where Green APU came from. The actual selling of the APU has not been out that long. I will tell you this, though. The guy that designed that APU has been testing it and building it for fucking years. It was actually designed and built. The owner of that company, he used to be a truck driver. And that's
really?
Why and that's why he built it the way he built it.
He used to be a truck driver. He's also got a racing team, and he's got his own fleet trucks.
Yep. So he's been building that APU and testing it over and over for dude, I'd say at least 40 years. I mean, he's been building it.
Okay, so that shit is tried and tested then.
Yeah.
Because I've got the battery packs on mine, right? So I've got heat and I've got AC, but I don't have power. It doesn't give me any extra power, right?
Yeah.
Now, when this thing goes, I'm not replacing it or refixing it. I'll be looking at a Green APU to put on it. Actually, my next truck, I probably won't own this truck because I got 9 months warranty left on this truck.
Yeah.
So I'll be selling this truck probably in another 6 months.
Yeah.
And my next truck I'm going to order it with the APU on it, right?
And I'll tell you this too, is that the Green APU, when it comes to air conditioning, there's nothing that replaces BTUs. It's kind of like displacement, right? Nothing. There's no substitute for displacement. Just like AC, there's no substitute for BTUs. That Green APU puts out a shit ton of BTUs. But the other cool thing about it is, like one of the other things is you want to be able to have air movement and stuff.
Yeah.
The CFM rating on that Green APU is like a house air conditioner. I tested I tested one when I was in Mid America. I pissed off every vendor probably for 200 feet across the aisle from this APU. I turned the fucking fan and on wide open, dude. I blew everybody's shit all over the fucking place. And it does. It moves some air, and it does get cold. Ain't no doubt about it.
I want that feature. I want the heat, but I also want to be able to microwave my dinner without starting the truck. Right?
Yeah. Well,
right now, if I microwave something, if I'm just warming up a cup of water or warming up a cup of coffee or something, I don't need to start the truck to run it for 30 seconds. But if I want to run my microwave for say 2 or 3 minutes, I got to start the truck, right? And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And that green APU, that'll or any of the APU, any diesel powered APU will give you what, almost 5,000 watts, isn't it?
Oh, at least, yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one downfall about that system that I didn't like when I was over at GP. You had to start the truck to do anything.
Yeah. Like I'm okay. Like I can turn my TV on and I can plug my kettle in. That's fine. But the second you start fucking around with, like, if I want to cook something in my air fryer, well, that's like 12 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You got to run the truck. You run the microwave. You got to turn the truck on. And I'll be honest with you, these DD15s, these Detroits, they don't want to idle, and you don't want to idle them. So if you've got the APU, fucking you use it, man. Don't idle that truck. You give it 3 minutes is all that truck needs back there when you turn it off. Parked. 3 minutes is all that truck needs. Shut the fucker off, man.
Okay.
Shut the fucker off. They're designed that way now, eh? It's not like our old 60 series Detroits where you had to, idle it for 15 minutes to cool it down. You don't have to do that with these things, man. 3 minutes and you can shut her down. You're good.
Well, there we go.
As soon as the turbo stops spinning.
Hey, Brian.
As soon as your turbo stops spinning, you can turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually give mine 3 to 5 minutes to shut her down.
If you pulled up sharply, you know what I mean? You've driven on interstate, you've gone straight in, or like we say, a motorway. Where you've been traveling at speed.
Yep.
Just what you can hear the turbo still whining.
In these trucks, you can't hear the turbo. I can't hear the fucking turbo whining.
No, you got to really listen for it.
Oh,
right?
dude.
When the turbo stops, you can turn the engine off.
You can't hear it, Rob.
The oil. The turbo
Rob, you can't hear it.
You can't hear it.
You can't hear it on these trucks.
You can still hear the little whine.
No, you can't hear shit, dude. I'd have to get out of my truck. I'd have to get out of my truck, walk around the front of it to the passenger side, and stick my fucking head up against the side of the hood. That's the only way I would hear that turbo.
Where's that over the top of ours? Yours is in front. That's
you're sitting on. That's the difference. You're sitting on top of your turbo, for Christ's sake, right? Because you got a fucking.
I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you this right now. In this truck, right? And I'm assuming that I know T-Bones is the same. And I'm assuming the Freightliner is the same. I've got a better chance of hearing my dog break wind than I am to hear that fucking turbo in these trucks.
Yeah.
That's straight back.
Exactly.
I can barely hear the fucking motor when I'm going down the road.
Yeah. The funny thing is, those motors, these new engines are so well balanced that the second something's not right, you'll feel it.
Yes.
It's not like when we were running the Cats, the 3406s, or the N14s, or the 60 series Detroits. Like you could be just about ready to shoot a rod through the top of the block, and you wouldn't know it until it happened. With these new motors, when something's off inside that motor, you will know almost instantly. Before the check engine light throws, you'll know there's something wrong.
Okay. Yeah. You better talk on
it's because it's because they're so well balanced and they're so well put together.
Did we lose somebody?
I think T-Bone just went to go take a piss, I think.
Oh. That's what we have. The eaters that we have in our truck.
Yeah.
No, I just stopped for a minute.
That's the same as those are the same as ours, Robert. They're called Wabasso, or they're called
yeah. There is something on this truck I'm gonna have to get used to though, and that's the Davco. It's got a Davco filter on it.
Yeah.
And I found the tech when they were going through, because I always have certain things done to the trucks when I get them. They were telling me the Davcos are now heated. They're heated.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes.
So
the water.
I'm gonna have to get used to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. This phone's about to die. I'm gonna swap phones.
Dump trucks.
Yeah, okay.
And when they exhaust through the dump, like through the bed of the fucking dump truck here up north. It's fucked up. Like, I can't believe they can get away with that.
Yeah.
You'd have carbon monoxide poisoning or something.
No, not these. I don't hear
No.
shit. I don't hear nothing.
No. No.
Nothing at all. And as far as like you were talking about draft and stuff, I don't feel no wind in this thing. I don't nothing. Like if I roll the windows up, and actually I did it today. I rolled the windows up just going down the road, and I literally looked down to make sure my key was turned and the truck was running.
Yeah.
And then we've got
just that
wheels
quiet.
those. Oops, I've lost it.
Yeah. What's that, Robert?
Wheels those.
What the hell is that?
You know, you're on our cab motors, we have a
Oh, okay. For air conditioning and heat?
Yeah, and then they fit those over the top of the sunroof.
Well, that's what we put on top of our motorhomes.
Yeah, it's like for the RVAC.
Yeah, that's like an RV, exactly.
Yeah.
Truck parking cooler.
1200 watts, 24 V.
2200, so 2,300 pounds.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man. Hey, Spectre, does your APU warm your engine, heat your engine?
Yeah. Yep. It's piped into the engine. Yep.
It's nice, eh?
Yeah, oh, dude. Well, that's the way the one on my Black Cascadia. That's the way the Carrier was, and I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. No cold starts. I mean, I can, I'll be able to get back into the cold weather like I like. I love that. Absolutely.
Yeah, but that just recycle like the coolant, but not the oil. The oil stays the same. Let's say if you are outside on the cold.
Yeah, but your coolant. If your coolant is warm and your block is warm because it's cycling, yeah, okay, the oil is still cold, but when it starts to draw up, it's not cold oil. As soon as it touches the warm metal, it starts to get liquid or get a little more viscosity.
Yeah, it's much better
than it would be with a cold engine.
And I was going to say the other thing about it too is that because it does keep the coolant circulated. The way these engines are made and stuff, the coolant jackets in a lot of places run damn parallel to the fucking oil jackets. So
exactly,
it keeps it all warm.
Look at, like I said, I've got the battery packs, right? But when I run my APU overnight, like for example, like last night or the night before, it was below freezing out where I was sleeping. I woke up, I turned my APU on, I ran for 8-9 hours. I started my truck the next morning. I turned my key and just turned it to auxiliary. And before I started it and just let my gauges do the up and reset. And then my temperature gauge was already at 150 degrees.
Right. Yep.
Right. So you just think about that. That means that the block itself, not the oil pan and not the oil, but the block itself and everything around it is probably sitting somewhere at about 100. So when you start drawing that oil up, it takes a quarter of the time for that oil to start getting liquidy again, and you don't have to worry about it. I can start my truck in the wintertime, and within 7 or 8 minutes, it's ready to drive, and I'm not going to do any damage to that engine.
Exactly.
Right. My 60 series Detroit, man, I had to fucking in the wintertime, I had to idle that thing for 15 minutes at half an hour, sorry, at 1,500 RPM just to fucking get the thing ready to drive.
I cold started that Series 60 when we had that cold snap that came through earlier in the week. I went out just to cold start it and start. I hadn't started in about a week. I went and started that sucker cold start. Man, she started up. She was spitting and sputtering. Her sounded like an old crack whore's knees, just shaking and rattling and just. I mean, just billowing smoke. I went out and started this one up. I was like, oh my god, it's so nice.
Yeah, but that one starts like tack.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But like I said, it sounds cool, but I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah.
It's the little things you learn to appreciate, and you're just like, I'm too old for that shit. I'm past it. It's kind of like a kid. It's like a kid. When you first when you're a teenager, you get your license. You want to go get that Camaro and that Mustang and all that. You get up, you get married and you got kids. You get the safer vehicle and all this stuff. And then me right now where I'm at, I'm just like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
I want some comfort. I want fucking fuel mileage. I want peace and quiet. Where if I turn
Endless
everything
speeding
off,
tickets. That's
yeah,
gonna
if
help.
I turn everything off, I ain't got to worry about hearing the fucking exhaust. I ain't got to worry about hearing the turbos. I ain't got to hear fucking air breathers sucking air. I can just drive. You know, that's all I got. That's all I'm cared. That's all I care about. I don't need all that bullshit no more. I just don't.
And you know what you're actually doing at the end of the day, all of that is you're counting money.
Yep.
That's what you're doing.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
no air breather, no long nose, no
Yep.
big stacks. Everything's aerodynamic. All you're doing is counting money, buddy.
Yep. Like Scrooge McDuck, man, just sitting there.
That's me.
Yep.
DIY just stuck his head in. Good evening. How you doing, brother? Look.
Oh yeah, I like Adam. Adam's good people. I've been dancing around up in his backyard all winter long. So.
Oh, have you?
Oh yeah, he lives up there in Minnesota and Wisconsin area. So
I don't get up there very often. I get up there maybe 2-3 times a year. I'm right now. I'm designated pretty much East Coast. New York, New Jersey, West Virginia, Maine, Connecticut, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, like I said, dude, I am. I'm over the hood phase. I've had that phase. I don't want it no more. I'm over it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing normally now, Brian. Now I'm going like Virginia, max like North Carolina.
Yeah.
But before is until last September. Yeah, September, October. Yeah, September. I was going to California, British Columbia, blah blah blah, all over the place.
I'll tell you something else that's nice too. I priced tires just to check because I'm gonna put the tires that I had on my other truck on this one, the Bridgestones.
Yeah.
I priced the two different, right? Because that other star, the hoods, most of them running 24s.
Yeah.
Versus the 22.5s.
Yeah.
It was damn near $1,000 a tire for the big 2-inch bigger tire.
Yeah.
Dude, it's just it like I said, I'm over the entire phase of the hood experiment. I'm over it. It's
the hood experiment.
This is better. Like I said, I'm excited.
It is. It's a big difference. I went through the exact same thing that Spectre went through, except I went through it last year.
Yeah.
Right. I went from driving long nose Kenworth, long nose Pete's. I did have the Volvo in between the Kenworth and the Pete, but then I had the long nose Kenworth before the Pete. And I always swore that, you know what, I was going to be the long nose driver with the 18-speed manual, and that's how I was going to go out. And then it was just no, absolutely not. You know, the numbers started clicking, the dollar started showing, everything kind of broke itself down. And now I'll never drive another manual transmission. If you gave me a truck,
I couldn't drive a manual anymore.
You're right. If you gave me a brand new truck with a manual, I'd sell it or trade it in for the automatic. Automated. Sorry, automated.
If somebody gave me a manual now,
let me tell you something. Spectre, I was that guy. That I had an 18-speed, and that's all I drove. Almost every truck that I've owned was an 18-speed manual. And I was so hardcore. I'm not going to trust a computer. It's going to fuck me in the hills. It's going to screw me in the mountains. It's going to fuck me in the snow. Like I was convinced. And then I did this thing, and I got this automatic Cascadia.
Right.
Let me tell you, bro. There is nothing like sitting in Atlanta rush hour traffic, and you got your hand, and you're just like this.
Right. I can see that. I can see that.
And listen, I drive that thing through. I'm up in Canada, so I've got more snow than you fuckers can even think about.
I got transsexual.
no problems. That handles that snow no problem. It handles like I was always worried about, because you don't have a clutch. So when you're backing into a door, you feather it to get it go.
Yeah.
I don't have any of those issues. I got nothing, man. Like this, every single thing that I was afraid of that I didn't want to do. The only thing that I found is that with the automatic is when you're climbing hills. Right. Yeah, you with your manual, you're going to get to the top of the hill faster than me, but I'm going to have more fuel than you when we get there.
Yeah,
Right.
but we have a power button. We've got automatic, but you can, like with the DAF.
Oh, so can I. I can manually drop the gears if I want.
With the Volvo, on the I shift, you've got a button at the back.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that too. I can do that too, but I don't see the sense of it because the computer is designed for optimum fuel mileage. Yeah, so it's only gonna run the RPMs, and it's only gonna do what it's supposed to do to get you to the top of the hill with the most fuel, with the optimum fuel mileage. It's not designed to race you to the top of that hill at 65 fucking miles an hour.
In an economy,
hey Brian, let me ask you something.
Or if you want to go quicker, you put it in power, and if you say and then same as with the DAF, which is a pack car.
Yeah.
You've got a little manual button at the your jake brake.
Yeah.
You've got a little button at the side, and you just press that, and it goes to manual. And then you press, and then you can lift
I've
that
got
lead.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Brian, when you first got that truck,
can still do power. You can still do power if you want.
Yeah.
Going uphill.
But why would you want to do that if you're trying to make money? Because you think about this. When you're got a manual, like for example, Spectre's got a 13-speed manual. Now, when he's going up a hill and he's got 45,000, say, let's just use Fancy Gap, okay? You're climbing Fancy Gap and you start steering down. You're going 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, so forth until you find the gear it's going to pull up the hill in. My truck starts in 12th gear. It goes up. It'll drop to 11th, and then it'll drop to 9th. Like I don't have those in between where I'm revving or unrevving to get the shifts up, and it does the same thing going up, right? I'll start in third, even with 40,000 pounds on. Mm-hmm. I start in third gear. It'll go third, fourth, sixth, seventh, 10th, 11th, 12th, right? So where you're actually shifting gears and taking foot off gas, clutch, rever, whatever. All those revs and all those gear shifts that you have to do, my truck is jumping gears. It's way more fuel efficient.
Yeah.
T-Bone, go for it. What were you saying?
Hey, first of all, you said something about backing up. Did you get used to that? Because you get kind of used to how it reacts when you're backing to a dock or something. How you have to feather it.
It took me a little while, but then I realized my truck has something called creep mode.
Yeah.
Right. So if I keep my one foot firmly on the brake, like push it down a little harder than usual, it will signal the truck once I put it into reverse. Right. And then I just touch the gas pedal and just slowly feather it. And it's in creep mode. It just slow.
Yeah, mine has that as well. It's just, it's a matter of getting used to it.
It took me a few weeks of getting used to it. Yeah. But once I got the hang of it, oh man, it's the greatest thing in the fucking world.
Who is it?
But
is it the Kenworths, the automatic Kenworths that still have that issue where when they're going backwards, it's like the throttle or something in the transmission, it don't respond, but when it finally kicks, it's like,
no.
I think who was it? It was somebody.
I think it was the I shift. I think
it's the Pro Stars and the LTs.
Is it? I watched. Yeah, you're right. I watched this lady had an automatic, and she was trying to back, and she's like, she was trying to get it right and feather, but obviously the way I guess it's designed, it doesn't go. But when it finally goes, dude, I thought she was going to go through the dock.
Well, I've seen a whack of them where they plant that trailer, damn near put it on the dock.
Yeah.
And the reason that is because in those trucks there, the sensor is actually in the pedal. right? So they push the pedal, and nothing happens. And then all of a sudden they get to a certain point of pushing the pedal.
Yeah.
It trips the sensor and it's like, poof, it takes off.
Yeah.
My truck doesn't have that. T-Bone's truck doesn't have that.
If you're trying to back onto a bay that's you're going up a bit of a slope and you're heavy, that's where you put it in the crawler mode that Brian said, tortoise mode.
Yeah.
Right.
The sensor is on a lower speed, whereas if you're on the higher gear in reverse, it tends to do that. It waits, then it sets off.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I've driven a Freightliner that had the DT12, and I like it. I'm not going to sit here and knock it and stuff. It's just that's one thing that I guess I can't give up is it's to me with the manual. I feel, this is me. I feel like I have more control of the torque in what I'm doing.
Dude, I was right there. Okay, I was right there. I had the same thoughts. I thought the same way.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I'm now convinced. And you know what? You don't know until you do it, until you drive one for say a month. But here, I'm going to use your own terminology against you here, okay?
Oh God, here we go.
Well,
I'm not. Well, at least I don't have to climb into bed with you and call you honey after you do this. So go ahead.
Well, no, but you can cuddle me later.
Right.
You use your own terminology against you. We got the same motors.
Yep.
Same gear ratio, right? We can basically do the exact same things. Why would you, if you can do a little bit better with an automated transmission on fuel mileage, why would you leave that money on the table, Spectre?
Ouch.
Why would you leave that money on the table? You're just leaving it out there for fuckers like me to come along and go, all right, thank you. If you're making so much money that you can afford to throw away, say, $500, $600 a week, I tell you what, I'll get you my address and you just write me a fucking check for $500 every week. I will be happy to cash it.
I will do that. It gives me a reason to pick up the fucking CB and just pick on your ass because you ain't got
it's a proven fact when they pull that plug, when they pull that little plug with magnets on from your gearbox oil, there's less metal in an automatic than there is in a manual.
No, and you're right. You're right. I'm not going to disagree with you guys. You guys are absolutely right, and that's why I say I guess that's the one thing that I'm just not to that point yet because it's that. I do. For me, like I said, this is the way I feel, which I know nobody gives a shit how I feel, but for me, I do. I feel like I have just a little bit more control.
Yeah.
With that stick and all that stuff. That's it.
To a certain degree, I might agree with. I will agree with you and say, yeah, in certain situations, you might have that little bit more control. But let me tell you, I've had my Cascadia. I've had this 12-speed auto in just about under every condition in every situation, and it has yet to give me an issue. It's always found a gear. It's always been able to do what I needed it to do. I've never had to drop it out of automatic and stick it in manual to get myself out of a position or into a better position.
Right.
So and you know what? I've never met somebody, and I challenge anybody, whether it be T-Bone or Spectre, you or myself or Robert, I've yet to meet anybody that can shift a manual transmission as efficiently as a computer. You cannot do it.
No, you can't do it.
What I'm saying, Brian, is I can't shift it, but on a downhill, I've got a video up. It's called Woodhead Pass, right? And we've got some grades on that are 11%. Yeah,
I never had a problem on that.
I'm going down with my iShift Volvo. I'm going down with my iShift Volvo. Now, the Volvo wouldn't change down. I was going downhill, right? And I've got my Jake brake on, and I want it to pull. I want the Jake brake to come down further. But all I have to do, there's a little button outside it. There's a little button outside it shifter.
Yeah.
You just click it down, and then so it throws your revs up more. You've got your full. There's 3 Jake brakes on the Volvo. Yeah, you've got 2 pots, 4 pots, 6 pots. Yeah. So you just flick it down like that, and it'll pull you down more. Whereas the truck wouldn't do it. But all you have to do is press a button, and the truck will pull you down.
Well, yeah.
Right? You can change the.
T-Bone, does your truck? Let's just say you've got the cruise set at, let's just say 60, right?
Yeah.
Now, you've got parameters on your thing. So once the truck goes over, say you're rolling down a hill with the cruise on, once it goes over 65, like I've got mine set for 5 miles an hour. So once it goes over 5 miles, 65, the Jakes kick on automatically. Do they not?
Yeah.
And then if you're going, if you're but with mine, the computer decides which setting and Jake to use, 1, 2, or 3, right? If you're loaded heavy, the truck knows it's heavy and it uses the 3rd setting or the 2nd setting.
The computer hasn't got eyes.
Yeah.
No, I know the computer doesn't. I know the computer doesn't have eyes.
I'm going down an 11% grade, and I'm coming down, and I know that it's right. I don't want to touch my foot brake.
Right.
Because
well, you don't want to ride it.
If you're on the manual and you're looking, you go right. Oh, right. Bang it down a gear.
Yeah, but Robert, on an 11, Robert,
you have to tell the computer to do it.
On an 11% downgrade, no Jake is going to hold any load on an 11% downgrade. Like if you've got 35,000.
Will you watch me do one? I've got a video.
Yeah, well, I'm not running my RPMs up to 2,000 RPMs just to hold.
Well, I mean, I will say this is like
no,
and this is just my personal experience. Like I drive a lot of. I'm from up there around Rochester, Buffalo. That's where I grew up. That's where I was raised. And I think that's where my hold on the manual transmission comes because this is a personal story. Like me and a buddy of mine, he had a automatic, right? Cascade. He had an automatic. I had one. It was a 10-speed. We were in the snow. We both went to take off. We got loaded and went unloaded. Loaded at the same time. Went to take off. We both were spinning, right? Well, I think, and this is where I think the manual transmission has one of its biggest benefits, is one, I can control the torque and the horsepower better than what that computer is going to apply it at, because I was able to get out, and it was because I could at least get going, get the tires turning, and then I could immediately jump to what gear I needed to. I knew that would take out drop the torque to where I could just ease her out.
Right.
They had to call a tow truck to get him out because the computer just wanted to go.
Okay, but I can tell you this. He must have had an older Cascadia. It must have been older because here's that exact thing where you're talking about happened to me yesterday in our yard. Okay, we got 41,000 fucking feet of snow. Right? I had to park the trailer and then get out from underneath the fucking trailer. Right. Now, if I would have hammered on the gas or the accelerator, between the computer and the accelerator and the traction control, it kicked in so quick that my tire didn't even have time to spin. The the tire spin light lit up at the same time the traction control indicator lit up, and it just I could push the pedal right to the floor and it just creeped me out from underneath that trailer, just nice and easy, right out from underneath.
It won't let you. It will
not let you spin out. No. Right now, if I would have been on the trailer, if I still had the weight on and the trailer on, and I was trying to get up to speed, the same thing happens. It will not let those tires spin out. It'll apply just enough torque and enough horsepower to get you moving up to speed, and then you carry on.
The only problem I've ever had with that was trying to get back under a trailer, but I was on a solid sheet of ice,
Yeah, that's
APU
different.
joint, and I couldn't get under,
Yeah,
but getting out, I had no problem.
I don't much on ice, man.
The question I was actually going to ask you is, when you first got in that automatic, did it blow your mind the way it, or automated, the way it actually shifts? You can actually feel it clutch and shift just like a manual.
Yes.
That blew my mind when I first got in one.
Put it this way: the first week I had, the first 2 weeks I had,
automatic. They're not actually automatic, are they? They're automated.
Automated.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a computer sat there over the gearbox doing the shifting on a manual box.
And it feels just like somebody shifting the truck for you.
It does.
You can feel it clutch and shift gears there.
Now, T-Bone, how many times when you came out of the truck, and you say you came, like I came out of an 18 speed, right? And I went into this. How many times did you, when you start driving, did you go to grab for the shifter or blow your no? Are you kidding?
Why. Here's why. Because when I got my CDL, I trained in a manual, and I took my CDL test in a manual, but I haven't been in one since.
Oh, okay. Because I just about blew out my left knee going for the clutch because there's no clutch, right?
And I can see that.
Almost blew it. And a half a dozen times, because I always had, like in the W9, I had like an ape hanger, right? So it was always up here. So all I had to do was just throw my hand out, and I could just grab the bar, right? You never had to grab the bar and do whatever. Half a dozen times, I swear to God, I'd go like this and grab the fucking, missed it, and come around and punch myself right in the fucking face because I missed the shifter. There was no shifter there. So between blowing out my left knee and punching myself in the head, it's a wonder I don't have brain damage and I can't walk.
Where's the stick?
Right.
Where's the stick?
Yeah.
I do that.
And I still find myself doing it. If something happens, because it's just habit. If I'm driving and something happens in front of me, both my feet still go like one for the brake and one for the clutch.
Yep.
Right?
I do reach for the Jake brake in my pickup truck when I'm home. I don't. Swing it wide.
My problem will reverse to Brian's. I'm driving down road. I've been in an automatic, and now I've got a manual. And I'm coming down the slip road. You call them a ramp, don't you? I've come off the motorway, right? You call it a freeway or an interstate. I'm coming down the ramp, right? There's a roundabout at the bottom, and I'm coming down, and all of a sudden, truck's going. Oh shit! I'm in the manual.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys. I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna stretch out and enjoy this quietness. I gotta pick me up a load of chicken back here.
Enjoy this whiteness. I got a pile of that whiteness around here too.
No, I said quietness. It's like.
Oh, I thought you said whiteness, like snow.
No, not whiteness.
No, he's not going to sleep in the fucking snow.
Dude, I'm going to sleep like. I'm just going to stretch the fuck out. I'm going to get naked and I'm going to stretch out. That's what I'm going to do.
That's a little too much information, dude. Like what you do back there is you want to stretch out. That's all good. We don't need to know what you're wearing for jammies. Fuck.
There you go.
All
right, man. Y'all be good. Once again, thanks for having me back on, man. All right,
brother, it's always good to see you, man. It's always good to see us. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Later.
Yeah,
I'm probably about to jump off too. I'll go back in here. Kids been wearing me out. Can I download this game for the Xbox? I got an Xbox for Christmas, so you've been wearing me out.
Yeah, hang on to your credit card, bro.
Right.
Yeah, hang on to your credit card. I don't have kids that do it. I do it for myself. My wife has to take my credit card away.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah. Well, you know what?
He was like, well, I want to get Game Pass. Well, that's $14 a month. I ain't paying that. So I'm lucky in that sense. That's what he said. He said, I ain't paying for that.
Yeah, you're lucky.
No, you want me to pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think I'm just about ready to shut this down and call it a night. I'm a little tired. I think I'm going to go to bed and get up early and do nothing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'm actually taking my wife out on a date tomorrow.
Oh, I actually did that the other night.
Tomorrow's date night. Tomorrow's date night.
Your wife out. I took my wife out, but
yeah, well, that's tomorrow. So I need to be well rested. So, all right, man.
All right, good to see you, man. Thanks for having me on.
Take it easy, T-Bone. We'll watch your video this afternoon. I'll watch it later tonight when I get off here.
Oh yeah. Hey, did you see that? Did you see that other one I posted? It blew the hell up for some reason.
Which one? Dude, you've been putting out a lot of material lately, so it's hard to keep up.
Well, I put one out that was about the truck driver in Ohio that the tandems came off his wheel and went through the guy's truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's got like
blew up?
Yeah, it's got like 70,000 views on it. So I've been just trying to throw a couple out here and there that kind of had some trailer issues that kind of go along with that. So I just been kind of rolling with it, just trying to.
You're fucking milking it is what you're doing.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's what you got to do, right?
Did you get more? Did you get a whole bunch of? All of a sudden, you got a big influx of subs too.
I've gotten close to 300. So
good for you. Good for you. Right on.
But yeah, I've been trying to milk the momentum, I guess.
Well, do it, man. Take it for all you can get, brother.
I don't think
all right, man.
I'm gonna come
like I said, it kind of went along with something I went through with the trailer lately. So, all right. Well, you guys be safe and have a good night. Enjoy your date night.
Right on, man. Thanks for being in. Right. Watch you later.
Yep. Later, guys.
Yeah, T-Bone. I'm subscribed to T-Bone. I don't know whether I am or not. I have to have a look now.
No, you need to subscribe to him. He's got some really good stuff.
Is he called T-Bone?
Yeah, I think it's Trucking with T-Bone.
All right. Come on. See if I'm subscribed already or not. Trucking with T-Bone.
I'm just going through. I'm pretty sure it's Trucking with T-Bone.
I'm already subscribed. Yeah.
You're already subscribed?
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
There. Hang on.
Yeah, that's him.
I'm there, subscribed.
Yeah, that's him. Right on. All right. Well, Robert, my man, I'm going to go have a cup of tea, and I'm going to relax.
A cup of tea.
You know what? Some people don't do it, but like I like a cup of tea before I go to bed. And so I'm gonna go grab a cup of tea and maybe a little biscuit.
That's what I do if I'm not on beer.
well, same thing, right? Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna jump out of here, man. You have a good night, man, and thanks for coming in, Robert. We really appreciate having you here, man.
It's 4 morning here.
Yeah, I know.
I fell asleep.
As long as I've got you here, I just wanted to tell you something.
Yeah. Well,
I know that I said it before, but now that I'm looking at you here, I just wanted to thank you, man, for all your support. Like you've always been a good person to us. You've always been supportive of our me and Dar, and you've always been supportive of our channel. And I just want to thank you personally, like face to face, and say thanks, man. Like, and we love having you, man.
When I started following you when you were on what's the call that company? ET.
Yeah.
I used to watch your videos on there. I actually commented on some of them when we were talking about engines.
Yeah.
And I would like giving people history of all engines.
Yeah. Well,
and because I've been about a bit. I've been here a long time.
Yeah, obviously. Well, I think. And
then I didn't know you had your own channel, and I was watching that Asia Mai.
Yeah.
They were on about the
convoy,
the vaccine mandate that you can't cross the border, and Asia Mai was talking about that, and you went on saying you did the vaccine.
Yeah.
And it give you some medical issues.
Yeah.
So, and you said you got your own channel. So that's when I went to look for your channel.
Yeah.
And I think you only had about 300 subscribers then.
Dude, that was right in the beginning. You were probably within 300 to 350. You were one of the first. So
Yeah, so I came straight in, and then I followed you all. I followed you all the way through the convoy.
Yeah.
With like the Tire Roasters Garage. I subscribed to him because I thought he
love that guy. Love that guy.
And he's doing a new video now, like a compilation thing about everything that went off.
Yeah, he's doing like an anniversary.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I know what other guy that I got on and followed another guy, another truck driver.
The other big guy down there was Mr. Sunshine Baby.
Oh yeah. Subscribe.
He had some good shit too. So
yeah.
But like I said, my friend, I wanted to thank you face to face for all your support, and you've been very good to Dara and I, and you've always been gracious with us. And you know what? Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate it.
Cheers, pal.
You too, buddy.
Love you all.
All right, I'm cutting out of here. So I'm gonna be going live again probably the middle of the week. So.
Grand Wizards, but I love Robert, even though I can't understand the bloody bastard.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. The funny thing is, the longer I get to know you and Stuart and Britton and Nomadic, I'm learning to speak English. So hey,
we don't
free English lessons. Yeah, right on. All right, my friend, we're gonna take off.
Yeah.
We'll see you later. Be safe, brother.
Bye.
Be good, man.